going to knock on your door. And I believe those stories. All right? Up and down, get lost in these characters. I told you that when Finger gets going, you're going to see GTI start to make a move. With people sneaking in last week, I posted it. I knew people were buying it. When Finger goes, I think when Finger breaks 10, GTI retreat somewhere between $3 and $5. All right. Hold on a second. Listen.
He just said that when Finger breaks.
Hold on a second. What I said is that when Finger goes through 10, I expect GTI somewhere between 3 and 5. All right. If you think you're missing out on it, I can't help it. If I can sell Finger at $50 to $100, buying GTI at $3 is not going to be a big deal. That's how I look at things. I don't know how you look at them, and that's your opinion. But that's, I don't think I can miss it. All right. Here, Finger motion, as William said, the market is telling you it's showtime. It's not us telling you. The market is telling you, telling me that Finger motion is going to be the first to break out of the hands of the naked short selling crooks. I think Lynn Partners has a big problem. I think the guy in Australia is worth $1.9 billion. I keep letting him know, people, these guys are not our friends. I don't give a shit how much money the guy has in Australia, how much money Lynn has. They're thieves. They do nothing but steal money. That's what they do. They're not my friends. So I'm sorry if you think I'm nasty. I just feel that every day I got to wake up and fight these guys where we call the police. Don't look at my Twitter feed. Call the SEC, whistleblow. I tell everybody every day. Remember, the alongside companies or even us working on a documentary or us getting this book in front of the SEC, that takes time. It's not easy to do. We just can't snap our fingers and have a truck appear. We have to book it, get it when it's ready to go. It's not an easy game. And that's what's going on here. So, again, it's very difficult. We're playing the game, but these guys, at the end of the day, they can't hide all these trades. The slow march up, I told you, is the best march of all time. That is the ultimate in a trading pattern, is the slow march up, and you're seeing it in real time. And if you look at it, for the 13 days in a row, where it keeps moving higher, that's the best pattern in the world. And I expect GTI to have the same type of pattern. We all understand it. We can see it. And this is, as you can see now, it's the ultimate. If you want to purchase, you buy half and bid for half. That's how you do it. All right? Any questions, Bill?
Yeah, one gentleman wants to know if you look like Joe Pesci.
Excuse me, do I know him?
No, do you look like Joe Pesci?
No, I do not. I look like Dolph Lundgren. I think I'd have Rocky for it.
One gentleman's asking you, which companies would you buy puts on?
I think the banks are going to get whooped. They've been hyping these things up for a long time, and I think they're going to get whooped. You can see them tiptoeing out of stocks like UNH. They've been holding up. Caterpillar tractor, and my other brothers makes fun of it. How many tractors are you going to buy? Everyone's got tractors. How many more can they sell? They've been hyping these stocks up, and then they come out with the negative stories. That's why I keep trying to tell people, be careful on your big cap names. They use that as a source of funds. When the shit hits the fan, that's when, the shit hits the fan. That's the stocks that go down first. The stocks with the big shorts go up because everyone's it's a rush to protect your cash. If I'm lending Lynn Partners money for leverage, they're going to say, give me my money back. I have my own problem. And then Lynn is stuck with no money. They have to cover. That's how it works.
One gentleman's asking, should we put the Australian John Hancock's name on the truck.
Yes, we are. Don't worry about that. I will have a new slide presentation. We're working on it now. We're working on getting that done, and we'll get the date of the truck and get it out there. Waiting for the trailer from the documentary. We're waiting on updates from West Christian. We're waiting on anything from the SEC. Maybe they take their head out of their ass today. I don't know. Savvy Management was busted for his naked short selling scheme. All the people, some guy posted up on Twitter that some guy named Ham is posting misinformation about the size of the short. Well, I'm not making the number up. It's coming directly from the files, from the printouts from FINRA. Those are printed out every day. Buy-ins.net actually covers all the shorts and all the exchanges, excuse me. I decided to stop asking for it anymore. At 170, I think I've had enough. I mean,
Who said that to you?
I don't know, someone on Stock Twits, excuse me.
Because in fairness, you're doing the best job you can to get accurate information. Nobody's covered. I mean, that's clear. And really, if the SEC wanted it to be a level playing field, they'd make this data available to everyone. It's data only available to the criminals.
No, well, people like Tom Rock, they purchase it. You can get data from FINRA. We can't get it from all the dark pools, but it's available. People don't follow it. People don't. If you look at it, people see the daily number and just move on. We take the daily number, William. For how long have we posted the daily number?
Well, I don't have your keen eye or your memory, amazing ability to analyze trading all day long. But I've been watching Finger for, 5 years and 4.5 years, and I've never seen any buying back in the stock. Possibly when it ran to 9, there was some buying back. But I don't think so. I think that was new buying.
Just look at, I think it's new buying.
And by the way, at that time, the short position was 4 million shares or something.
Right.
In the next 10 trading days, they shorted 105 million shares.
And we reported it every day.
Yeah.
We reported this every day. So at the end of the day, the company has done everything possible. There is smart investors buying. What you're seeing is professional buying. All right? So everybody on the call, take your head out of your ass. This is professional buying. This is what it looks like. We went from retail, using a shotgun, shooting pellets everywhere, to where it's now concentrated. Professional buyers. This is how it looks. All right?
Are you there?
Try to push it down. Every day it's the same pattern. I wish I could say it was different. The pattern should be open it up at 10 and then push it down. But they can't open at 10 because they kill themselves with their own margin calls.
If the pattern were different every day, would you sound as smart?
Say that again?
Since the pattern's the same every day, you sound really smart. What if can you think on your feet if it were different?
If they changed it up, I'd fall over. That's how stupid this is. They use the same stupid pattern every day, and I keep trying to tell you, there is no other patterns to use.
Right.
This is the only pattern. You can short it. They can't let it go up because they can't manage it. So they try to do the same thing every day. Up 15 cents. Push it down because they want to create volatility. That's their game. Create volatility. No volatility and they die. What are you seeing? No volatility. What does it mean? They're going to die. That's it. And we keep building the bids underneath. Put the bids underneath. They put bids in for 100, 100, 100, 100, all different levels. And then you just take small offers at the offer side and it just keeps disappearing. That's where retail is great. Retail buys those 200, those 500 shares, and it keeps torturing the short. All right? So if the short's listening, we're here to torture you. We want to tie your lips to a car and drive it 5 different ways. pull your arms out. That's what we want to do. They're a disgrace that they could sit here openly and try to criticize people fighting to stop fraud. So as you see, someone traded at 92 and all the bids dropped, and now you got 11-point spread, 11-cent spread, 12-cent spread, but no trades. Hurry up, move the bids lower. When a bid shows up, it all changes. That's all it is. So again, accumulation, you buy half, bid for half, buy half, bid for half. The big boys are here. There, a trade at 93, the 81 bid disappears. It's now 80 cents.
So one guy's asking you to talk about the large volume in calls. You already mentioned it. They're not trading calls, right? Or puts, I guess. But anyway, what does it mean that the volume in calls have been so high over the last week?
Well, that means people believe that the stock is going higher. They're betting. People are betting on the 10s, the 11s. They're buying all kinds of calls, okay, to be here. Those are calls that obviously the stock needs to make a big move to. I can post a story on Bear Stearns back in the day. I forget what year it was, maybe 2007. The stock was 60. Someone out and bought, I forget how many puts. They bought the $30 puts. And people said, oh, that's who's buying puts down there? It's 30 points away. And the stock went to zero. They made, I forget how many millions of dollars. Yeah, Bear Stearns, I'll put it up. Bear Stearns' unusual option bet gets payoff. All right? No one, the SEC never questioned it. They bought, they 5.7 million puts, the equivalent. And the thing went to zero. The SEC declined to comment on whether it was examining option trading the days before Bear Stearns' collapse.
Oh, well,
Never said anything about that. Who bought him, right?
Yeah. You can't.
They kept that quiet. Someone made millions of dollars buying puts that were 30 points away. 30 points away.
Yeah.
I'm just putting it up for people so you can read the story. Guys, Wall Street, it's the same patterns every day. You can't do much more. I wish I could say they're using trading pattern number 10 or number 12. There is no such thing. You could buy it, sell it. If you sold it short, you got to buy it back. End the conversation. That's it. They can try to create puts to create stock, artificial, create some more stock. That didn't work. Everything they tried to do is cost them money. They're upside down. 30 cents, let's say it's 100 million shares, they're down $30 million today. That's just 100 million shares. If it's 170, like we believe, all right, you're talking about being down $50 million, $60 million. Just today on the 30-cent markup.
Well, right? I think they're down, close to 900 million since 3 months ago. On paper.
Right, it's on paper. Whoever's giving them the leverage, listen, this stock has the pattern of it, and it's going to explode. Okay? Whatever lights the fuse, it's coming. The fight, $7 fight is the same fight we had at 5, 6, and now we have it at 7. What's the big deal with these numbers, right? Let it go higher. They can't let it go higher because they can't beat the margin calls. That's it. There's your answers. At $5, like it was the options that were open. It wasn't massive. They were all 30 cents, 40 cent options. Granted, it was money. I know people lost money on them. Don't look at NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA options. You'll wet your pants when you see the prices and the volume in those options. And I'll look at it for 1 second. I'll just go over it. In NVIDIA, the 450 calls are trading at $8. 30,000 traded. Right? The 452 calls, $7, 9,000. The 460s, they're $4, 42,000. those are big option numbers. All right, and those, not only are they big numbers, they're big prices. And they expire every week, those calls. So those are big numbers. Having, thousands of calls trading at 30 cents, I got it. It's a lot of money, $30, I got it. But it's nothing like a massive, deep in the money calls. So for these guys to sell these calls and have exposure for making no money back, think about that. If you're shorting the calls, you're getting 30 cents. You're not making $5. NVIDIA, you could sell calls and make $8. Not 30 cents, 20 cents. Whoever's selling these calls, and my older brother can tell you the story. He was a market maker on the American Stock Exchange, an option market maker. And guys were selling options to open, like selling a short. And they were laughing because every month they made money because the options went to worthless. They were selling options at, a teeny, an eighth, a quarter, and trying to collect the money, the premium in by the end of the week. Well, they got caught back to back on 2 deals on a Friday, and I think it's back in time. It was Gulf and Weston, and I got another one. Where both of them went up $30 a piece, and these guys were short. The calls, they got handcuffed, walked out, and sent out of the building, and all their assets were confiscated by the exchange because they had to put it up for margin.
The Duke brothers?
Never saw them again. They got taken out the same way.
The Duke brothers.
Like you said, there was a group of them doing it, and my brother always told me, never short garbage, meaning cheap options like that. You have all it takes is one, and you're wiped out. Well, Link Partners has been stealing like the Kramers for years, playing this game with protection. The protection being that debenture. The debenture does not exist anymore. So now they're standing there with their pants down and exposed. Any other questions?
One gentleman owns 30 of the September 8 calls. He paid 68 cents. What is the potential on those calls?
Number the 8s, you said?
The 8s, the September 8s.
What's the potential on those things?
Yeah.
Infinite. Unlimited. Your downside is 65 cents. Your upside is, who knows? If you're nervous about that, if you're nervous about the 8s, you could sell the 11 calls at 30 cents and have a 3-point spread for 30 cents. I hope you understand that. You bought the 8s at 65 cents. You could sell, let's say, the 11s at 35 to open, and the most you can make is the difference between 8 and 11. That's it. And that's called you can actually do a hedge. That's a little different. You got to go read an option book on that one. But again, there's not really any money. A lot of times, if you paid 65 for the 8s and the stock starts to run, the 11s can go to 65-cent bid. You could sell them and have a 3-point spread, 8, 9, 10, 11, okay? Since you paid 65 and you sold them at 65, you have that position on for free. A lot of traded option people do that. Anyway, let me just move on to, I told you finger pushing, once it breaks 7, I think GTI is going to have a big run. Once it breaks 10, GTI expect to have a big run. I know some people that are tiptoeing in there, but these are deep pocket people, and they have the money to scoop up when no one's paying attention. You can see the volumes picking up, and you can see that these two names are gaining momentum, and it's just a matter of time before they collapse. These short sellers. Any other questions?
Yeah. One gentleman says he's having a hard time wrapping his head around $500 for Finger. Could Finger go to $500?
Okay, it's a great question. All right? I'm going to say it to you nice and slow. I study naked shorts. I study naked shorts in GameStop. I did a report on it. I posted it on Twitter. Okay? The difference between GameStop and finger motion and GTI, for example, is that GameStop had a big short like we have, and the difference is that the people that own GameStop had no idea why they were buying it. They weren't educated about naked short selling like everyone here is now. Everyone can see, and we believe the naked short's 170 million. Let's be conservative if you like. We could take away 70. It's 100 million shares. How are they going to cover 100 million shares of stock? Well, in GameStop, I wrote about how big the short was. I didn't have an exact number, nor did I know how high it was going to go because, I didn't know everybody in stock. I had no idea. But in GTI and finger motion, everyone that's here knows why we're here. They know the short, they know the potential, they know the risk. We know everything about it. We even know the short sellers. Very different. People, I didn't know the short sellers at GameStop. It was Merlin Capital, who he lost $9 billion. I had no idea who they were. I never dealt with them. But in finger motion, we know it's Lynn Partners, could be backed by the guy from Hancock from Australia. We know they did the negative story because it was based out of Australia, thanks to Dodger. He posted that. We put all these things together. Lynn has no debenture. They're exposed. The stock started going crazy on the short side, and Lynn was invited into this company to try to finance it. Once Lynn got removed, the stock went the other way. Now it's the opposite. Instead of walking away, they press their bet because they're so arrogant. They think they never lose, and they feel that their SEC is behind them, and they feel that William and Busy and Avid and Dozer and the Ace and all these type of people were just going to walk away from the stock. But instead, we got stronger, we band together, we educated ourselves, everyone does their part, and this is an open book. We know the short, we know how big it is, we can see the potential. In GameStop, people had no idea. Even I knew it was big, I didn't know how high. The highest that my friends and us, we sold it was 118, I think it was. All right? And we were in at 3 3/4. Looking back on it, if everybody in the whole GameStop community, as we call them now, or AMC community, people flip these things. My friends flipped it at 8, 9, 15. We thought it was the greatest trades in creation. Right? Until we saw it hit 500. That was your life-changing event. All right? And we were in it, but we were novice in it. Now you see it. Now you understand it. And that's the difference. We don't understand it. Lynn Partners is an unregistered, naked short, toxic lender that has been doing it for years. Everyone knows them. All right? And they're sitting here, and they got to be squirming. And it's just a matter of time before they fold. Education is number one.
I don't believe this question, but it looks like a legitimate question. GTII is non-negotiable on some brokers because of an acquisition. Can't place sell orders. What does Ham think about this?
It's complete nonsense.
That's okay. Well, that's one thought.
That's the only thought I can have on it. It must be mistyped. Everyone's getting caught up on this, that they stopped the sell button, the buy button in GME. They've shut down MMTLP. These were done at the highest level. MMTLP was done because of fraud by the shorts in the stock, and they got busted, the SEC and FINRA, in their freedom of information. GameStop is a different story. They stopped the buy because you were blowing up the whole financial system. All right? When finger motion had this major move, and the stock is screaming, I told you to tiptoe out the whole way up. All right? I never know what the government's going to do. I'm not the government. All right? Do I believe they're going to stop it? No. The Lynn partners, if they like, they can go to the SEC, the FBI, tell them they're committing a fraud, and how do we get out of this thing? I doubt anyone's going to do that. The Kramers also in GTII, they're not going to confess to anybody that they're stuck. All right, they're just going to walk away. These things are going to rip, and that's the way it goes. Sell into the rips, and you'll be happy.
One gentleman is asking, is it best to sell with limit orders or in another way, in another method?
Limit. Good till canceled. George, Tom, Charlie is the order when you pick your order. George, Tom, Charlie, pick a number, sell 311, 317, 321, 328, and you say, oh my God, I sold 2,000 up to 30. I got all my money off the table and I'm profitable. I can hold on to 1,000 shares and continue working it always up. That's the proper way to do it. And you can sit there and say, well, I sold some stock low. I didn't want to do that. Well, I'm teaching you the best way to protect yourself is make small sales all the way up. As you get money off the table, you're going to say, wow, I had 3,000 shares. I sold 1,000. I got all my money back. I'm profitable, and I have 2,000 shares that I can let really ride. And you'll have no fear when you do that because you know you're in the black no matter what happens.
Do you think professionals are keeping the price of the stock down in the morning so they can add to call positions?
No. Professional people, this is like it's like a chess match. We want to see what their move is first. But we know their move. It's the same one every time. They move their pawn the same pattern every time in the chess match. They do the same thing. Even though we beat them in 3 moves all the time, they keep using the same move. All right, go watch Queen's Gambit if you want to learn about chess. That's what this is about. Every morning we wake up, the stock moves up a little bit on small buying, and then they try to attack it down. So as of right now, stock is 90 to 94. Every share they sold today is on the water again. Every share they sold on Friday, every share is on the water for the last 20 days. Who can withstand losing money 20 days in a row and still stand? That's why I tell you that is your number one sign that the naked short is monstrous because anybody else would have covered. They can't cover. It's impossible. So they're going to fold. They will leave the mess with Jeffries. As the stock breaks 20, I would buy puts on Jeffries because if Jeffries is their prime, it's going to 0.
What are your thoughts? And it's interesting. One guy gave the same answer I would give. One guy said, what are your thoughts if you only own 300 shares of Finger? One guy, Big Al, said, hold it till 50. I agree with that. Just go for it.
Listen, again,
put an order out at $50 and
let's say you paid $5 for it. If you sold 100 at $12, all right, and you start working back your money, getting your money back, as long as your money's off the table, okay, you even, you can let it run. I mean, listen, 300 shares is 300 shares. Money's money. The name of the game is that you put up money. You put up $1,500. Let's say you paid $5 for it. You want to get that $1,500 off the table and then let it rip. Let it go. Because once you're listen, breaking even on Wall Street is a wonderful thing. Don't look at it as I've done it a million times where I broke even. Sometimes the stocks went higher, sometimes they went lower. But you know what? Breaking even is a good thing. That's part of trading.
sounds like marriage.
So if you were able to actually sell enough shares and let the balance go and say, okay, if the stock goes to 0, which I don't believe would happen, but you can sit there and say, hey, the stock goes from here and it rips to the moon, you could stay around longer. That's how it works.
That gentleman before that was asked that confusing question, it wasn't confusing, it just didn't make sense. He trades on Thinkorswim, which I don't even know what that is. But I guess GTII is restricted on Thinkorswim.
Well, Just move your account to Fidelity or Ameritrade, whatever. Move it someplace else.
On GTII, does these restricted shares, are they diluting the value of GTII by 10%? And how long does that last?
People who got the dividend. If you're here for the restricted share, this minimal amount of shares that you're going to get, okay? It absolutely dilutes it. There's no question about that. But people are not here to. That was given to trap the brokerage firms. What are they? If there's a short in the stock, what the hell are they putting in your account as a dividend?
I didn't know. Did you know Think or Swim is TD Ameritrade? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
See, how can we trust you if you didn't know that? I'm just joking.
In my mind, that is a non-event to my life.
I usually don't ask these, but they come up so much. Vocal, DBMM, any thoughts?
DBMM, the CEO, is a wonderful person. I just don't know who the hell or why anybody would offer 70,000 shares at 0.0068.
Seller box.
So again, she has to dig away out of this thing. I can't help her. I do love her. I think she's a fantastic CEO. She said she was going to do, and she did whatever she said. She got it back to where it is. But I still don't understand the past to tell you about the future. And Vocal, I can't fight 10 battles at the same time. I just don't have it. When, I told you my daughter owns it at 80 cents. My friends own it up there too. So again,
who recommended it to her?
Not me. A guy named Ham. She listens to the calls. She'll come home and ask me questions. I don't listen to the calls.
Well,
but she's doing quite well in Finger. That's it. She's not here, but she's doing quite well. And I have to tell you, this was her first couple of trades, and she's standing tall. I don't know how, but I took myself out of the equation, and I told her you need 4 tires for your car. So don't come to me. That's what I tell her, dude. That's his life. Good luck.
Well, along those lines, which you can comment on, it seems to me right now the focus should be on Finger, just because the market's there, and this is all about making money. Win on a trade, and then we can start talking about these other symbols. But let's win on one.
Finish off Lynn. Then we can finish off the shorts in GTII, and then we can move down the road. All right, this is what it's about. Okay, we can't fight 9 battles. Okay, we have to concentrate. And again, I pitched guys this morning, friends that have somebody who want me to tell the story to. We have a gentleman out in Long Island. He's an IR guy. He's been nothing but an ace. I won't give you his name, but he calls me every day, and he's excited. He's been buying it since $4.50, and he's putting his client base into it because his stocks are under attack, and we need to send a message to the short sellers. That's it. So everybody's coming the same way. We're fighting as the Roman army. That's what we have to do. The short sellers, no one else is going to come join this fight. If Lynn is short 170 million and they call up somebody, hey, can you go short $1 million? They're going to say, what are you, nuts? Get out of here. Because if they get bought in, you get blown out. Because no one's going to join this fight. No one's going to lend the money, and no one's going to join this fight.
A lot of questions that aren't going to rock your boat.
Listen, I don't know every question in the world, so please ask whatever it is. If I can't answer it, I can't.
Are you going to keep doing calls after Finger runs?
But we have to finish off GTI, right?
Yeah.
And we have to find us a cancer company that needs help. I told you, listen, I don't think there's any better feeling than helping a company that's working on whether a cure for cancer or infectious disease or anything. How could you not try? When you feel good about, we break a short in their stock. You know, again, I don't know. I don't know one. People keep showing me deals. Again, I'm not there yet. Until we knock this one out, I can't focus on anything else.
How would you use volume as an indicator if this starts to squeeze?
How would I use volume as
Or the question is, would volume be a good indicator for selling shares if this squeezes?
Well, let's look. How would the volume be an indicator? Because if people are not selling it, listen, if the stock starts to jump, how many people are going to really jump out at $8? You'll get your flippers. You'll get people flopping it. You'll try to trade for quarters. But the volume can't go from 1 million shares to, 30 million shares. Because obviously, 30 million shares, we would know everybody's panicking out selling, right? So the volume doesn't do it. Volume and price is a better question. If the stock goes from 7, to 70, and it's trading 30 million shares, then you have to assume people are dumping it, all right? But 6 to 9, 6 to 10, what could the volume be? 2 million, 3 million shares, tops? It's very different.
Can GTII go to 50? Can they stop us from buying it? And will the restricted shares have an impact?
I'm going to take the 7 here in a minute. Someone just flashed me. If the big buyers, which I described to you 60,000 times, they get bored bidding below 5. They got bored bidding below 6, right?
Right.
Big buyers eventually sit there and say, hey, let's take it up. Let's see if we get some stock. That's how they do it. You're watching professional buyers buy a stock. This is how it's done.
Someone just said someone saw 17,831 shares trade at $6.95. And the price didn't move. That's not a real trade. That's a communication.
That is it, yeah. If they hit that price like that for that weird lot, that's basically, to me, that would be a wash trade.
Yeah, that's a wash.
The stock is moving up. If it was me as the professional buyer, you run in, you scoop it up, you let them pile it on at 7. You let them offer it at 99 like you see they're doing, and then you poke at it and you take some stock at 7. Then you step back and let them fill it in again. You take it back again. They fill it in again, and then you bust them right in the mouth. That's what you do.
And if the SEC is watching because you're concerned with fraud on this call, why don't you turn around and look in the mirror and follow this? This is fraud right in front of your eyeballs, and you're not doing anything about it. And it's not just this stock. But hey, I'm sure you're not watching.
Well, that's the one thing that everyone on this call has to understand. Listen, I'm thankful that everyone's listening and everyone's teaching each other. Again, I don't know everything. People teach me all this stuff. Richard Hoffman, the guy who's the attorney who's reporting on Alpine, I have zero knowledge of security laws. Zero. And he's bringing it up the case on Alpine for us, and he wants me on a call on September 17th at 7:30. I don't know when September 17th is or at 7:30 that day, but I will go on his call, and he wants to discuss something with me, and he's going to figure out that I'm an idiot. That's what's going to happen. He's going to say, this guy has no idea about security laws. But I will get on the call, and hopefully he can teach me about what's going on. Mark Bazile is an ace. Anyone who has a small cap company, reach out to that guy. He can help you out. He's the guy, he's the frontline fighter. He's like us. We believe the fight needs to be right where you're seeing it now, right in the battlefield.
Well, that's the difference. Those two lawyers, to their great credit, are willing to see what's here, but lawyers need to prove it. You and I know it's here because and you in particular, because you see the trading patterns. You can't really prove it in a court of law, but it's there. You know it's there. There's the trading pattern. You see what's going to happen. So anyway, I have great respect for those two attorneys because they're fighting the fight beyond their training. Their training, most attorneys, as you know him, we sat with at least two of them, you and I, and they just said, I don't really believe it. Arbitration clause this, you know.
I taught Morgan Lewis Bacchius about naked short selling back in the day. They had no idea. You know, they were actually laughing. It's like, you know, the settlement system is broken. They go, yeah, that's, what are you kidding me? They couldn't believe it.
Carrie P is asking, is this live now? So you have to say something relevant that proves it, that we're live.
I'm alive. Djokovic is going to win the U.S. Open. Listen, I'm betting all my money on the Dallas Cowboys tonight to beat the Giants. I'm going to give 39.5 points. But that tells you it's not live. I don't know what is.
So
Everybody's excited about seeing in New York City, seeing Aaron Rodgers play tonight against Buffalo, and that's what everybody's so excited about. But go ahead.
well, no, there's there's no real serious questions here. As people are buying.
I'm a firm believer in, listen, we can't guarantee this is complete security fraud. But I will tell you that I know there's professional people buying it. This is a big boy game. I can't stress that enough. This is what it's about. This is what it looks like when the big boys.
Do you think your big boys, when they buy, will be selling in the same pattern that you're recommending?
Big boys, hold on, here for the gusto.
Right.
To get a big boy to come into this stock, to buy 1 million shares of stock, they're not selling it up to 30
Right.
They're here for $30, $50, $100. They want to change the performance in their fund.
Right.
That's why they're doing it. Okay? And if they do their due diligence, ask the questions, which many have, and I've answered plenty to many people, they're here because they believe that this thing is going to have something that can change their funds. You know, think about you running, I'll give a small guy. Let's say a guy.
Can you stand away from the iron stove that you're...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm pacing. I got up. I'm sorry. I'll sit back down. I'm a pacer. But anyway, if you're running $50 million and you buy 1 million shares of Motion at 7 and you sell it, all right, at $60, they're making $53 million. They doubled their fund. All right, for $7 million, they now doubled their fund. And when they go out to raise money, and people see that this guy had a winner that doubled and raised $50 million, made $50 million, and that guy's fund will go from 50, when the 50 he makes, will go from 100 million, he'll be running $500 million to $1 billion because people move money to people like that are up and coming stock pickers. And I've seen that done 1,000 times.
So what you're saying is Wall Street goes both ways, that people make money illegally shorting, but they also are willing to make money killing the shorts. Ham short killer.
Yes, people love short squeezes. And when you find someone that knows about short squeezes, the conversations go very smoothly. I've sat down with many people, and it's like they try to stump you and question you, and when you have all the right answers, it's very easy to sell it.
Right.
If you said to me, what do I think about Apple's new blah, 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 I would sit there, I have no clue. What do I know about, Tesla's new cars? I know nothing about them. I don't own a Tesla. I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea about Bitcoin. I know nothing. I know shorts. That's what I know. I can trade those other stocks based on numbers, but what they do, I could care less. I don't pay attention to that stuff.
Right.
We were taught to trade based on your gut, what you see in front of you. All right? And if it's make-believe, if it's a make-believe spoofing, trying to mark it down, those are our favorite ones to start scooping up. Because we know they're desperate if they're doing moves like that. And now that there's criminal charges attached to spoofing and washing, the guys that do it get very nervous now. So, you get caught here, you're in trouble. You could go to jail.
The stock
Someone
just traded up. The stock just traded up a
Where
little
is it
bit.
right now?
I'm trying to get it 698, but it's the ask is 696.
There's 12 market makers stacked at 7. 12. Everybody wants to sell at the same time. So think about it. Every long on this phone is putting their offers out at 7 right now. Or do you think that someone's playing a game?
I know.
Yeah, everybody's there. Every option market maker. Everyone's stacked up at 7. 12 of them. So if you look at it, again, this is a stock. The trend is your friend. I know there's risk. I got it. We all know it. But this looks like it's coming to an end rather quickly. And people feeling that GTII is starting to move right behind it, and you're starting to see that now also. People are jumping the gun. I'm not even speaking about it if people are buying it. That's because people understand it. People seen it, people read it, and they understand everything there. The proof is there. The DTC, it's all there. You have to make your own determination, not me.
Yeah, it's trading.
You made me walk away from my computer, so I can't see
Well,
anything. So
well,
I sat
go back
down.
to your computer. I'm
I
sorry.
can't. You yelled at me.
I didn't mean to. It's just we weren't hearing you.
I'm sorry. So I don't want to move.
So the trade right now is 697 to 699. Are you out of your
Yes,
mind?
hurry up and make that sale at $6.99 because they do not want it to trade at 7. Remember this, everyone. You want to buy a stock. If you want to buy a stock, you need someone to sell it to you, correct?
Right.
Well, they're standing there. If you want to buy it, now's the time. Because when they're not here, it's going to be impossible to buy. And this market was created by the SEC. They wanted these guys to provide liquidity. They provided so much liquidity, now they have a huge problem. And now what do? They can't keep providing this liquidity forever.
Why is liquidity only on the downside?
Yeah, they always got plenty. They never buy any back. They're plenty of selling. They never buy any back.
When did that definition of market maker change to only providing liquidity to the downside?
I put up the story from 2007. I put the loophole up there where the head of NASDAQ, Tom Gira, was concerned that hedge funds were going to align themselves with market makers and that they would only sell and not buy anything back. They know it. Everybody knows it.
Exactly.
And that was 2007.
That's the point of my question. I think it's on purpose, But hey.
They saw it and never buy back. Now, the SEC always uses this story. You get better pricing, price discovery. They use that price discovery. Get out of my way. I'll pay the stupid commission, but stop selling the stock to me. I'll pay it. I'll pay higher and pay a commission if you stop naked shorting. Stop with the price. And how could you give us better prices? Whenever we buy it, we all lose. When are you going to figure that out?
Is it better to have everything in finger or split it with GTII?
I'd rather own the video.
Yeah.
Listen, you have to make your own determination on that. Again, Bill said the market is telling you where the action is going. It's going to finger motion right now. People are starting to scoop up the cheap shares. Hold on a second.
I like this M. Casey.
I'm sorry. The market is telling you where the action's going to and what's going to happen first. I know it's a higher price stock, and everybody wants to buy the cheaper price stock. But you know what? Sometimes it's better to go with what's moving, and then you can move back into the other stock. Even though if you pay a little higher, go with the flow, and then you move into the other one. That's all.
M. Casey is predicting that finger is going to hit 7 soon.
All right, that's very nice. Listen, the numbers don't make a difference. We need them to turn to buy. They keep trying to keep, spamming, spoofing, you name it, trying to hold it down. The smoke and mirrors game is not going to work. We're all educated on it. When they knock it down, you can see the buyers step in at 650. The buyers, when it breaks 7, it goes to 7.5. The buyers will park their ass at 7.25, and we'll move it towards 8. And that's just the way it goes. This is
one gentleman's talking about a GTC order, and I think it's worth talking about. He's got an elaborate story, but I think that when you have a stop loss order, which I do not recommend, but if you're trying to buy, in his case, he was trying to buy the stock at a lower price, and the stock collapsed so quickly, he only got part of it. And that's the thing. These orders don't have to completely fill.
Although when you get a fast market in a stock, I use that excuse that it's a fast market, and that's it sometimes. That's why you put your orders on the books before. So I expect this thing to have a big upside move. So you put your orders out there so that if you're going to play pickleball and you're not paying attention, you can make a sell. I don't have to sit there and watch it all day. Up 25 cents, I could care less. Up $25, then you got my interest.
That M. Casey, I'm going to start following him. Finger hit 7.
Oh, did it?
It's not there now. It's 698 to 7. Last trade 699, but hey.
I told you the big funds will.
It's 7 right now. 1,250,000 shares.
The big buyers will close the spread, keep moving it up, take it at the offer, move it up, take it at the offer, move it up. They're baiting the shorts to sell more at 7. The whole thing is, as a big buyer, you want to get the stock cheaper for yourself. You need these idiots to keep coming out and selling the stock, and that's what they do. They're
right.
So stupid, they do the same thing. They did it at 5, they did it at 6, now they're doing it at 7. It's the same pattern. I know everybody wants to see it at 70 today, but you're fighting the biggest security fraud in U.S. history.
Right.
And as investors banding together, I want you to feel proud when this does break that you were part of something. This is important. Because you can actually turn and save all these companies, okay? I know it's finger motion. I never planned on it, that this was going to be, the finger motion, short squeeze, whatever it may be. But again, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, it's really not. I mean, the stock is starting to trade. There's no news that I can see. So it's just got to be accumulation.
Hold on 1 second. There's somebody here. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I have a dog that's, when someone knocks on the door, he goes crazy.
Can a gamma squeeze start?
Yes.
What price does it?
Options. They're short the fives. They're short stock against the 4 calls, the 5 calls, the 6 calls, the 7 calls. As it goes through these numbers, I think the total open interest on the call side for September, I'm just going to take a quick guess and say it's 40,000 contracts. That's equivalent to 4 million shares of stock. So, this is a nice squeeze as it goes. Throw that into the pile.
It's 708, 704, 704.
So I'm not even looking at a computer, and I told you, funds just keep marching like the Roman army. That's what we do.
702, 708.
They'll try to push it back down and, things like that.
When are they going to start marching like Sherman on his way to Atlanta?
They walk nice and slow. As watching the Civil War, it's really fascinating. How the hell they ever find each other walking through the woods?
Oh my God, they didn't have cell phones.
I drive down to Florida and you see all the battlefields as you're driving down on 95 and you sit there and say, I just drove 100 miles. How the hell these guys find each other walking around? It's unbelievable.
What'd they do about ticks? Ugh.
I would have been walking in circles the wrong way forever.
The whole
but
thing.
Again, this is I can't stress to everybody. I know you think I'm nuts, but watching Gettysburg, watch the movies, and that Battle of Little Round Top, how important it was to protect the end of the Union line. That was the end of the military line. If the South got around it, they can actually go behind and attack the Union Army from behind, the front and behind. And that would have wiped out the Union Army.
Are you speaking of the war of northern aggression?
Yeah. But again, this is so
Not
important.
legal advice.
The shorts we're fighting these shorts, and as they collapse here, we are now the South. We're going over the hill, and we can slaughter the shorts one at a time. And I do believe, and this is crazy, that the SEC is allowing us to do this.
Well, someone asked that question. Do you think in the case of GTII, they released that information which you've never seen before from the NSCC and the DTCC? Do you think they did it on purpose so we could catch them out? Anyway, that was the question.
Yes, I do believe that the SEC gave us a crumb in GTII to destroy the prime broker, the short, all in one swoop. I do agree on that. Because that's information that I've never seen before.
707.
Burns spent $30 million suing Goldman, everybody, Merrill Lynch, and he had no information. We had
GTII's moving, they're saying. Let's see what's happening.
I walked away from my computer.
I'll tell you,
me, so
78 cents. It's up 11 cents.
Right.
So
while one goes, the other one will go.
I mean, we kept, you and I both kept saying it. If Finger starts to go, GTI will go, and everyone
poo-pooed on us, right?
Yeah.
Everyone poo-pooed. We're not even talking about it, and it goes, right?
There's those of you who poo-poo Australian table wine. Ham the Punisher. What else? I'm just looking.
My friend just said to me, 2,000 of the 13s traded today. 2,000.
Of the 13s, that is some bad mamba jamba.
So, again, I put up the Bear Stearns puts. They were 30 points below. In 3 days, they went from garbage to worth millions of dollars. That's how options work when you're right. That's how it works.
And you can get back at the man.
So are we still above 7, or did they push it back down again?
Now it's 703. That's the bid. 1,000 by 1,100. 703 by 708.
Right.
1,350,000 shares.
And that's how the game is played. Accumulation. They need volatility. They played right into our hands. We're not stupid people. I've told you that for 3 years. I know we got Dirty Mayo here, and he gives the appearance of being a kook, but he's a pretty smart character, you know?
Well,
Busy Brands, even Busy Brands got his education in Las Vegas. We taught him well.
Dirty
Right.
Mayo apparently called it to gap to 7, and it didn't. So someone called him out. I said, "Wait a minute, day's not over." So it didn't gap. It's at 7 now. So congratulations to Dirty Mayo. He called it.
Well, listen, I have to tell you this. In Vegas, with a group of very great shareholders, great people, you know what? Dirty Mayo's a great guy to have around. But my man is Busy Brands. That guy's my right-hand man in a bar. That's my man. All right? We set him up and knock him down together. He's my guy.
Well, I wasn't invited.
Listen, I don't think you can hang with this crowd. It's an ugly crowd. There's a lot of faces for radio here.
Well, you've got the voice for it.
No, I actually play pickleball with a guy who's got the voice. I say it to him every day, "You're the voice." He goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Never mind."
He doesn't get it.
No. I wish I had a deep voice and a good voice.
Do you know that when the tennis was going on, Djokovic's little daughter, she's like 5, 3, 4, was sitting down cheering him on. So when he was nervous and tense, he'd look over at her and she'd give him a fist bump or a smile. And all he wanted to do was give her a hug after he won. Anyway.
Oh my God! When my family came to my baseball games and I was pitching, I always got bombed.
There was nothing to celebrate.
Nothing to celebrate. They walked away in shame.
All right, so people don't understand margin calls. Do they do margin calls at only 10 a.m. or the whole trading day?
No. There's usually a margin call from the day before that has to be settled up by 10.
But that's a distinction between margin call. There's maintenance, there's Fed calls, and there's buy-ins. The whole kit caboodle.
Everything is live. Right. I told you before in GTII, I used to say it every day. I calculated the margin every day, the damage. I said, how are these guys standing? There has to be a red light going on at the DTC. I said it every day. And what happened? Alpine was committing security fraud, hiding the losses so they didn't have to put up the margin money. When the stock got crated back down, they said, hey, we fixed it. And you have to put up the margin to maintain when the stock was at 10 or 9, They didn't have that money, so they were free riding. Now the DTC knows Alpine has no money to meet the margin calls, and that's why they're under security fraud violations, and they're going to get hung for it and be out of business.
Unbelievable.
It's like you hiding. It's back in the day. I told you a guy hid a bond trade under his desk. We used to have paper trades. We used to write the tickets. He hid the ticket, and for 3 days, the firm was looking for who bought these bonds, and no one ever answered. No one, we didn't know until it went against him, and he lost $300 million.
They just decayed the trade, or
no? Our firm was long it. And they kept bouncing around. Do we know it? And everyone kept saying that, the back office has to find a home for it. Who does it belong to? Did our firm buy it? Did anyone buy it? Everyone's denying it until it became a $300 million hit real fast. And the guy got carried out, went to jail.
God.
Instead of telling everybody he went in over his head, he had a bad trade, he hid it, he was hiding it because he was afraid, and it turned into a mess. Now they don't know if you committed fraud or you're just an idiot. Good luck getting out of that for $300 million.
God.
I told you, when you lose that type of money, people go to jail.
It's terrible.
Oh no, they had to lay people off. It's a terrible, and that's what Jeffries. If Jeffries is the prime, they have to be looking at this thing, saying, "Okay, guys, we have enormous liability here if these guys fold." And I don't care how big 1.9 billion that guy has in Australia. There's no way he has it all attached to this account. He may have 300 million behind it, and he's probably getting leverage on it, but that doesn't last too long. And once it starts going against him, who wants to put more money into a bad trade? I don't know. Who wants to bet the Giants when you're down 40-0? Nobody, right? And that's what equivalent with Lynn is trying to do right now, or the Kramers. They're betting, and they're trying to hold it down, pressing their bets because they can't get out of it. It's just throwing good money after bad money. Eventually, you got to put your arms up and walk away.
Right. Well, anyway, they're just war stories, but people used to hide trades all the time, and that's when you lose millions, tens of millions of dollars.
Right.
So,
someone's asking me already, is there a call today? I said, we've been on it for 2 hours already.
but is it live?
Is it live? Talk about the importance of finger launching from 7 to 8 compared to launching from 1 to 2. Huh. Talk about the importance of finger launching 7 to 8 compared to 1 to 2. Well, the only thing difference is that everything they've done is so underwater. What was that average price on the
528? Was it
528? So they're down $2 already on that. And people say, well, where's the short squeeze going on? Well, you can actually see we're moving away from that number, right? So these guys are really taking a whooping now.
I like this. See, GTII is 82 and people are shocked. I like this question from Skinny Whale. When do the adults in the room, when does the government shut down this ongoing crime, this scam?
Well, listen,
Are you there?
I could care less. I could care less. Let's cash out our tickets, our game tickets, and move on to the next one and cash out, and let the government worry about everybody else. Kill them all. Kill AMC. Kill whatever you want to kill. That's none of my business. I could care less. I'm sorry to be ruthless about it, but I can't worry about them. I think I posted 8 zillion tweets telling you about security fraud for years. I've been telling everybody. If you can't figure it out, or you want to go jump into different names, hey, listen, you don't want to know something?
Well, no, she's not giving you grief like that. She's saying,
no. I'm just giving you opinion. Listen, people like for example, a guy who I met, Frank de Benedetto, is a guy who I like. He's helped companies, and they're actually following the same blueprint that we laid out. And you know what? I give him credit. Management of these companies don't like to listen. Frank got them to listen, and you know what? He's a great guy. He's fighting.
he did a good job with COSM and CLNV.
Whatever. I mean, you can't control the companies, but listen, the guy's a gentleman, and he's fighting, and he loaded up in finger motion, and the guy's a trooper, and we all have to band together. Listen, There's a zillion stocks out here. It's not an easy game. And he's trying to save investors like we do. It's the same thing. So, again, I respect people like that who fight with us. And you know what? He has a career. He has to do what's best for him also. So, everyone's doing it. When companies like AMC do nothing and just watch people get slaughtered, I mean, I can't stand for that. And, again, that's you guys had your chance and went to 70. You know what? You got to make that trade. Anything else, Phil?
Yeah. Well, let's see the price. No, let's just see. GTII seems to be following finger. Someone here thinks you're Mark Baum in The Big Short.
I'm the guy from Deutsche Bank with the blocks, trying to sell everybody. They knock out the B's, the C's, the this, they're all trash, and the whole thing comes crumbling down. That's me.
Have the prime brokers Will the prime brokers have to step in after Lind is finished?
Yep. They get caught holding the bag.
Yeah.
And where's Finger at right now?
It is. Sorry, it's hard to do two things at the same time. 699. Are you out of your mind?
Hurry up, get it below 7. Just the same pattern. Get it below 6. Get it below
Isn't
7.
it
I told you,
amazing?
if I was a short, take it to 8. Take it to 9. They can't. They cannot. They cannot. Accumulation. What did I tell you? Big investors, they push it through. They push it down. They start stacking up the offers again. The big players come and suck it all up. Instead of buying 2,000 shares, they could buy 30,000 shares there. And that's how you accumulate it. You let the shorts get some, it's called a bear trap. Bait them in, let them come in and keep selling. These guys get their beer muscles, as we call it, trying to stand there. We got them, and we suck it right up. Take it easy, buddy.
Right.
All right, everybody. I'm talked out. I can't say anymore.
All right, you did a great job.
I try to answer all the questions.
You
I
did
know I'm
awesome.
not the brightest guy. I could talk all day long.
You're not
But
dumb.
again, I hope everyone cashes out, makes a fortune, and we work as a team and we slaughter them all, because these guys deserve a beating. Like these guys are worse than the common thugs in the street. All right.
Yeah.
At least the common thug you could see coming. These guys hide behind the computer, and like Dirty Mayo said last night on the call, if you want to rob me, come steal it from my face to face. Be a man about it. Don't hide behind the computer offshore stealing our money. We're not letting you do it.
And pay
And if people on
taxes.
this phone call, and people on this call, all right, this fight is to protect you. I'm granted that you just joined the fight or you just educated yourself about it, but you don't stand a chance unless you band together and fight. You don't have to own the stock. I don't care if you do or don't. All right? But understand it. Spread the word about this fraud, because it's the only way it's going to end. The whole system is full of counterfeits. The U.S. equity markets are loaded with counterfeit shares. They keep it quiet. The Economist from 2011, June 2011, put it in this story in The Economist. The number one financial magazine in the United States is The Economist.
Right.
If they're writing about it, everyone knows about it. The regulators are rattled by the number of unsettled trades. It's right there. I put it up every day. No one ever talks about it. It's right there.
Well,
Right?
I think that's a little. They turn over the regulars so quickly, or it's disingenuous, because the regulars knew about this. Reg Show was set up to get out of this problem, not to make it worse, but they've let the criminals make it much worse.
They left a bunch of holes in Reg Show, and they try to placate all of us, saying, "Okay, we got a rule out there now, and everyone will shut their mouth."
Well, Ham, it's a lot like in your brokerage firm or mine. They didn't cover the error in 2008. They left it open. And now it's much, much worse than it was then. They didn't want to bite the bullet then. And
just go back and read the Dole Foods stories. Dole Foods has too many shares. DOLE.
right.
Google it. It says someone naked shorted 13 million shares. Now they have to, this is after a year, they have to unwind it and figure out who sold the shares, who never delivered them. And Matt Levine wrote in the story, most likely the hedge fund that sold it closed up and was out of business because no one ever asked for the shares to deliver. 13 million shares at $10. The guy walked away with $130 million just in Dole Foods. 130 million.
Well, the
And no
story
one
you
even
told
looked
me about your loser friend that slept on everyone's couches,
Yeah.
borrowed
Right.
20 grand from you, came and he made 400 million or something shorting a silver company.
And he got caught. He cost him millions of dollars, banned from the industry. But guess what? He did just like Savvy. He owns a beautiful condo in Miami, beautiful this, that, runs around, spending big money, and that's what they do.
So
And he got away. He got away. He put his tail between his legs, left, never heard or seen him again.
And The SEC pats itself on the back because they kicked him out of the business, but he's worth more money than Djokovic.
They got him for $8 to $10 million, whatever it was. I'm sure he split it with whoever his partner was, right?
Right.
Whoever the money was behind it. And the guy walks away with $150 million and never seen again. But at least he ran away.
It's easier than being a professional tennis player.
Did nothing.
So here you have, this is your question that you're probably going to have to talk about with Richard Hoffman. He says the biggest problem is regulators do not know how to resolve the current extent of the problem. I kind of mashed that up. So.
Well, I agree with that. They don't know how to fix the problem. And that's why everyone here has the opportunity to have a life-changing situation because the regulators don't know what they're doing. And that's why the opportunity is here. And
Counselor Diamond Hands is here, and you have to have a call with him if he ever gets back on YouTube. He's a good guy. And Sada Aman, who is a genuinely good spirit. She was down on Capitol Hill with us. She's asking, why is GTII following Finger? And I think it's a good
question. You tell me. It did it last time, so history is repeating itself, right? We saw it last time. They both ran from 9 to 10, both of them. And then they both came down, and now they're going to go again. Don't ask me. Whatever goes first goes first.
Sada Aman there, I think the biggest thing is it's the same player. So as people are feeling flush in the one, they add to the other, and they'll go together. So Counselor Diamond Hands is on, and Skinny Whale makes a really good observation. Regulators, these are the nerds. They go in. Why do they take a job there? Because they're nervous about sticking their head up. They're pencil pushers. They're scared of dealing with thugs. That's what she says. And I agree with that.
All right, gentlemen, I have to run. I have to take care of something. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Ham. All right, I'll try to stay on since it's 3:00. I don't know what happened earlier. Well, I know what happened. My setup ran out of juice, but I don't know why. That's what she said. A joke that never ceases to be funny. Or never is funny. I don't know which. That's what she said. 704. 704, 7 to 705, 1.44 million. I'll go to the close because something seems to be going on. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Diamond Hands. I mean, not Diamond Hands. Counselor Diamond. Is it Counselor Diamond Hands? I got to be respectful. I can't be disrespectful. Yes, that's it. Counselor Diamond Hands, not just Diamond Hands. Likelihood of $1,000 on Finger or GTII. It's only funny when Michael Scott says it. That's what he said. RNVA went up today. What's the scam? What is the scam? Let's see what's going on. Oh, it's up 9,900%. Do you see the makings of a business plan there? There's 1.81 billion shares today. I'm not good at arithmetic in my head, but it's up 9,900%. It's up 0.0001. This is how the criminals just print money. They've got a bid of 0.0001, an ask of 0.0002. That, my friends, is a seller box stock, and they love to seller box stocks so they don't pay taxes. They can take the money out, but also because of this, they can make these kind of percentage returns. Anyway, I would run, not walk. I would sprint, not run. Anyway, I'm in RNVA. I'm not going to sell mine at whatever that's worth. Sorry for the dumb question. By the way, I don't always respond badly to dumb questions because I don't think there really are dumb questions. I just get frustrated with the provocative ones. But I do admit I have to work on my technique. Liquidity pump. Okay. Sorry for the dumb question. Do you think there's a chance? Yes, there is a chance. Was that the question? Do you think there's a chance for them to remove the sell button during a massive squeeze? No, I don't. But Reg Show, don't naked short with exceptions for the exceptional. GTCs are highly recommended. I put out, and I meant, darn it, one guy asked me to print out a different company, and I didn't do it. I did not do it. But just look at, let's just pick one of these. Let's pick top. Let's pick WTOP. Beanie Dingo and the Baby. But here's top. And you see flatness, flatter than a Kansas countryside. And then you see a mountain the size of Mount Everest. And then you see flatness like West Texas. When these squeezes happen, they come out of nowhere. They rocket higher. And maybe you've got, I can't read this, but I'm guessing that was 1, 2, 3 days, maybe 4 days. And then there's a little bit of a platform there you can get out. But my point is GTC orders, definitely GTC. You sold your RNVA. Well, the only hope for RNVA is a buyout. David, my shares of MMTLP are now at AST. No, that's it. That's it. If you're nervous, David, call in to AST. It'll be a disembodied voice, and I think they ask for your last 4 digits of your social security number or something. Whatever they ask for, you give it to them, and they'll say, by our records, we see you can hold for 15 minutes, or we can, whatever. But anyway, that's all you need to do, and I think it's great that your shares are at AST. I have shares in my IRA. Some of you moved out of your IRA into AST. I've, number one, procrastinated, but number two, I have a mixed mind on it because I feel like if I keep those shares, I'll go through the experience with you and I will know what's going on. But I'm not really hopeful for a quick resolution of the, I don't know, I don't know what to call it, the MMTLP situation. On the other hand, it could happen all very quickly, I suppose, if once they have the count done. What movie would you like to see? I'm on mute? I am? Let me look. No, I'm not. Maybe there's something wrong with my setup. I spoke about consequences if 2 days are given. No company, no ticker, no revenue. I think you need to reach out to the community to help make your opinion known, because I think I'm right. Hey, I've got that going for me. Well, last time I was on a call, there's a lot of people that I thought were decent enough people, but I really think I got, under. I don't like all the drama, but it was presented to me that because I didn't know the CEO of Nextbridge, that somehow my opinion on this situation was not relevant. Frankly, a lot of what goes on the spaces and a lot of this division is meant to keep everyone separated and to make our focus ineffective. And I'm not sure how useful it is to get into a he said, she said. Oh, you don't know the CEO? I know the CEO. And then I think there were quite a few things that were just completely misrepresented. It seemed as if my experience and my observations were dismissed because I didn't see a memo from Nextbridge to the SEC, which was mischaracterized on the call. And then another guy that I thought was a great guy calls in with a great accent, and he's focused on the S1s and what his brokerage firm did. And it's okay, but none of it's relevant to the situation with MMTLP. It's relevant if you want to get lost in the weeds, and I know there's plenty of people that want all that detail. What I'm about, and I think Ham's about too, is making this make money for you. The rest of it, so the focus is how does it make money? Knowing the name of the CEO of Nextbridge is completely, it's nice to know, but it's not going to change this situation. I'm glad to go on, though. I would say that to have a community call, either I'll do it here, maybe with a co-host, or do it on Busy Brands. But many of those venues I don't trust. I get attacked, and I don't have the defenses against it because I like to think that everyone is giving their best efforts and their honest questions and honest opinion, and then you get this, there's an agenda. I really tell you, and I restate, I do not know who would work for these criminals unless they are a criminal or they're being paid substantially by that criminal, or there's a threat of, maybe there's a bigger threat on their well-being. But I just cannot imagine that people would join the side of these thieves, and it's a human nature that makes you understand a little bit maybe what happened in Nazi Germany and in other parts of the world, Pol Pot, just how human beings can be weak and evil, and join in. I don't know what the thrill is, but anyway, yeah, I'll be glad to discuss the 2 days trading for MMTLP is a primrose path. It is a rabbit saying, please don't throw me into the briar patch. It's exactly what the shorts want, and it'll leave you with nothing. And remember, when you're asking an institution like Congress to do something, and you convince them that they should do something, they want to know what that is. Once they do it, the door's not gonna be open to say, hey, you know what, we were wrong. We got bad advice. We got misguided advice. So anyway, I'm rambling. My sense of humor gets better the higher these numbers get. Well, let us be the judge of that. Can you say what makes finger go? Regulators are going to make people so hungry for a resolution they'll accept a shitty one. Well, I don't know about that. Look, I don't want to be insensitive to the people that have lost money, that are feeling pressures. It's horrible. But it's already happened. And the answer with MMTLP is what Richard Hoffman's doing, Mark Bazile was doing, Wes is doing. But it's also the other side. And I don't know how these lawyers, I guess lawyers are trained in law school to separate their self-image from the dastardly deeds they may do, because, hey, the law provides that everyone gets a defense. So, but the bad guys' lawyers, it's so obvious what they're going to do, step by step by step. To me, it's so obvious that it's not even interesting. There's nothing interesting about it. Where it gets interesting is when we finally get to the point where the negotiation start. And I think it'll get really profitable for you at that point. But we're not there yet. You're referring to the idea of 2 trading days. I agree with you on that, but not on anything else I've said. Tom, a new computer. I need a new computer. I need probably at this point, an 8-year-old kid to run it for me. We'll get to that point. A lot of people are concerned that in 2 days of trading, it would not be possible. But I know, not legal advice. No one knows, but I don't think there's 3 aspects about it. One, why would you trust it? Why would you trust them? They'll have something. But 2, it is the parameters of the situation. How do they structure it? And I suppose you could make it airtight. But thirdly, what's the cost? There's no illusion. There's no fear. There's no cost. I'm the short. And I've got to cover all my shares in 2 days. Or what? Or what? Ham said there would be an MMTLP settlement. There will be. Look, right now it's going down a legal route. Eventually, it has to be the brains on the financial side. Not brains, just the wallets on the financial side. It hasn't gotten there yet. I think there will be a settlement, but it's hard to predict. A training class would be great. Eric and Johnny Cochran. There was a question back here that I didn't answer. I think there might be a behind the scenes, Ryan, I think there might be a behind the scenes deal going on because all of a sudden the stock is moving. But that's speculation on my part. I am in favor of moving MMTLP to AST. I'll talk about that. And let me just see if I can find the question. Oh, talk about finger. Can you help not legal advice's sense of humor as this goes up? So the two questions I see outstanding. One is finger prices going to the high side, and the other is AST versus keeping it in your account. I mean, it's really only a decision you can make. But if I were giving advice, I would say move your shares to AST in almost all situations. But there are some risks and costs to it. I'll go through the negatives. Okay, we're at 148. 1.48 million shares traded, $7.04, and oh boy. I'm trying to do a little bit of so sorry, I was just trying to do a quick GTC order. What's driving GTII today? It's just, to me, it's just the fact of finger going up, but it could be any of the other events that have been hanging out there for a long time. It could simply be that a lot of people come back from vacation, whether it's the FBI, the SEC, back offices, lawyers, they come back and they go to the files on their desk. It could be that, and they're addressing some of the issues. But I think the biggest reason GTII is up is because finger is up. And it's as simple as that. All right, so here's the risks if you move your shares to the transfer agent. And I personally, I don't think they're terrible, but I'll give them to you. One is you're in a private company, which may or may not work out. I think it will, but it may not work out. Two, you don't have liquidity. At least it's an unpredictable liquidity. You're in a private company. 3, if there is a settlement with the financial world or a settlement through the legal system or both, I don't see how you qualify for that once your shares are at AST, because your brokerage firm, the system, did everything it was supposed to do. You could argue, well, it took 10 months. Well, still, it's a private company. That didn't harm you. The only exception would be pain and suffering and fraud. There may be some things that go on with that. I don't know. The other thing is, if there's some sort of financial deal with a cash payout to shareholders, I think that would go to all shareholders, including people at AST. The other risk, which I guess just ties into everything I just said, is if your broker dealer, your company, decides to settle up and make an offer on their own to shareholders, you're out. You're not there. They're not going to call you. So it all boils down to, once you move your shares there, you're probably not going to get the benefit of the majority of a settlement. You might get a cash dividend, you might get some pain and suffering, but the settlement is not going to be directed to you. The other thing is liquidity. It really becomes out of your control. What do you get in return for it? What I think is the reason to do it, you are in a private company. It's almost like being in a private placement. And I think it's, as far as I can tell, it is well managed. They've got a great project. It's oil and gas. I'll move to my second point. I don't want to go through it on a whiteboard, but I think the value of the shares right now are anywhere from $200 to $400 a share. Huge caveat on that. I have not seen an engineering report. I'm just going from public news and back of the envelope calculations. But I think you can get a really nice bump up in value. You get that bump up in value without a taxable issue. So if you paid, like I did, $8 a share and the thing's worth $400, that move, there's no tax to be paid until I sell. I also get the peace of mind of knowing my shares exist. They're counted. I don't have to worry anymore. Now, I've told you in my case, I have regular shares and IRA shares. I haven't been able to move my IRA shares, partly out of my own lethargy, but also because I really don't know the mechanics, and also part of me wants to go through that pain so I can speak about it if and it might be good, it might not be. The other thing that will happen with owning those shares is if there's a buyout of the company, well, that accrues to me. I think the peace of mind of having your shares at AST more than compensates for the unpredictability of liquidity. But that's something I'm willing to take. Whereas to some, you would rather have your brokerage firm call you up and say, we're willing to pay out $10 a share. And you'd say, I'll take it. Well, sign this release and we'll have the money wired we'll put it in your account tomorrow. So, I must be boring people with that answer. All right, so Deacon Blues, move my IRA shares into my trading account. All right, I'll call in and see. I'm not going to do that today. We've got 40 minutes to go. Oil is going over 100. Hey, Joel Dawes. I happen to agree with you, Joel. I met Matt Simmons years ago, and my memory is that I met him twice, but part of me tells me, no, it was just that one time. But anyway, once or twice. I started talking to him by phone, and I think he was killed, but he died at age 63 in a hot tub. And I can't imagine that he had never been in a hot tub before, and he had never he had a martini or whatever he was drinking in a hot tub before. But anyway, he was an investment banker, a Republican. He wrote the book Twilight in the Desert, which I have read at least 6 or 7 times, and want to read it again. This guy right here, Daniel Yergin, is founded Cambridge Energy. That book right there I just finished reading. They write very, very well. And it's a powerful examination of oil over the last 150 years. But this is much more the point of view that economists, business, the planet, that there's enough oil, that in the past people called for shortages, and they've always found more, and human ingenuity will come up with answers. I don't buy that angle. I'm much more of Matt Simmons' side of the equation. Anyway, I don't know if it was in a video or if I asked it to him directly in a room. That's the problem with it. It happened years ago. But I know his answer. Someone raised their hand. I don't think it was me. And asked, Mr. Simmons, you said that oil is going to go over $100 a share, $100 a barrel. When is it going to happen? And his answer was, I said that oil was going to go into 5 digits. I think that's 100, or is that 6? Anyway, I'll say it differently. He said oil was going to go in over $100, is going into hundreds of dollars. I didn't say $100. I think it's going to $500, $600, or $700 a barrel. Oil's going to get very, very expensive. And whatever, obviously we have the country's most popular president in office. The people that surround him are extremely talented. The future president, the vice president, extraordinarily knowledgeable and hardworking. I think you can have confidence in their energy plan. But for me, the decline rates around the world, the lack of drilling in the United States and other parts of the world, and the increasing demand from China, India, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Russia, the world is heading into a massive energy crisis. And in that scenario, when it happens, oil could be $1,000 a barrel. Now, the thing about oil going to massive prices is it will kill demand. It will kill demand. But it's not pretty. It'll kill demand. We'll be stuck where we live, and we'll revert to a different way of life. I think God gave us another chance to rebuild our infrastructure and our world. And instead of taking advantage of that, I think Bill Clinton went on a self-indulgent ride. George H.W. Bush was around so short he didn't get, and he's a bit of a statesman. But then George W. Bush, instead of using a period where we had very little debt and a booming economy, he started endless wars, which we've gotten nothing from. I apologize, but I don't see that Obama did anything different. We were at war. The only president in the history of the United States where the United States was at war every single day of 2 terms of his presidency, Barack Obama. He dropped so many bombs, we ran out of bombs. So I don't think the policy agenda changed under Obama. And of course, Trump has this sepia tinged view of the world like used to be on TV in the 50s and 60s. Well, we had time to build our how we're going to have to live. How we're going to have to live is near ports and rail, and we're not going to have this big highway system. And anyway. Let's not go all into that. That's just by way of saying oil is going up. You're like Chauncey the gardener. Well, boys, am I glad to see you. So my answer on AST and MMTLP wasn't good. Let me say it differently. Let me go right to the heart of the matter. There's a lot of risk in the settlement. While I think that the value is really high in MMTLP in the settlement, they could agree. I mean, it could be as bad as they say, you knew what you were doing and you don't get anything. I don't think that's going to happen, but it could happen. By having your shares at AST, you know you own a piece of a I think a valuable private company. If oil is a fossil fuel, then why are not all fossils oil? Well, first there were the dinosaurs. There are points of view that oil is somehow recreated in the earth over and over again. My brother subscribes to that view. Russians do too. Some Russians. I don't subscribe to that. I think oil was left over from, well, I guess you could say the dinosaurs. But the reason I think they call it a fossil fuel, David, is that when you drill, you aim for certain rocks. And those rocks, those zones, are always defined by the fossils that you discover in those zones. So I'm having a hard time coming up with an example. I mean, you have the Permian Basin in Texas. Well, the Permian, it was a time of great life blossoming on the planet. Oil shale. The problem with oil shale, Roger, is you get. I can show you pictures. I don't think I have any around here right now, but you spend. Forget about the dollars. You spend a barrel of oil to withdraw as little as 1.5 barrels to 2 barrels of oil. And so you're getting a return on your efforts. But it was only made possible by the gullibility of Wall Street and the cheap money that was flooding out. And I don't know where this idea comes that we were self-sufficient in oil under Trump. It's just it's hooey. But shale oil, there's a lot of it. But once the decline curves are massive. There's the idea that, and I've been in some of these wells where you go down horizontally and you frack it. You're literally breaking holes in the rock with explosions. That by doing that, the horizontal wells will produce for 60, 70, 80 years the way the vertical wells will. Well, there's no proof that that's going to be the case, and it might be after the first 85% of the oil has come out and a few years go by, all of that collapses and you have to go back in to refrac it. Who's going to spend that money? When you need to when the return of spending 1 barrel of oil to discover, find, and lift oil becomes 1 barrel spent and you find a barrel or less, the rest of the oil will stay in the ground. The rest will stay in the ground. All right. Enough comedy jokes. It's 3:32. Vanguard warned that if I transfer to AST, I won't be able to bring it back. Well, Dennis, that's actually not true. Although I don't know the rules at Vanguard. But if you look, you're absolutely right. I wish I could find my certificate, which I had here. If you have shares outside of the electronic system, you're absolutely right, and I left that off. It costs money to get it back into the system, and you may not be able to do it. I have a position where there's only one. I called the over-the-counter markets, and they directed me to this one guy in California. It would cost me, to my memory, $4,000 or $5,000 up front, 60 days, and then I'd have to sell through him, which means I would get a terrible price and pay his commission. I would imagine it would be 5 or 10%. So you're absolutely right. Once you get the stock out of the system, it's hard to get back in. But what's different in the case of AST is you've got 5 big guys there working with AST. I think this situation is such that once you're in the AST system, they will transfer. Let's say the stock starts trading or there's a buyout. They will transfer your shares. I don't think this is a case where it will be difficult to get back into the electronic system. So I don't agree with what Vanguard's telling you in general. It is extremely expensive. It takes forever. It costs money. But I'm telling you, we are a group of investors going into NextBridge. I don't look, Nextbridge isn't going to trade. Nextbridge isn't going to trade. It's out of the system anyway. The MMTLP in the system isn't anything. It's just an IOU. So if Nextbridge ever is in a situation where it trades, there will be provisions for your shares to trade. That'll be part of the deal. And remember, you've got 5 guys owning 40% of that company or whatever it is, and they're not going to screw you. They're not going to make a deal that hurts them, but they're not going to leave you out. Yeah, I can try to review Logic. 8K target date of November 15th. I didn't see that. Well, I've done a video on Finger. I'm sure Avid has done videos on Finger. I suppose I could do another video on Finger. Maybe that's something I'll do this evening. I could do it now, but let me try to answer this other question. On Logic. I don't know what you're talking about November 15th. So hard to read on my phone. Convertible note. Yeah, I saw that. It's a restriction. Okay, the outstanding principal balance of parent note shall be due and payable on November 15th, 2026. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. At the election of the investor, all or a portion of the principal amount of the parent note is convertible into a number of Logic shares derived by dividing the principal amount of such note by the oh, God. That's not good news. That's terrible. I can't believe they signed this. I'm going to have to call in and get having a VWAP is a disaster. That's a toxic convertible note. But I don't know that it, and it has events of default. Why would they sign a toxic note? Okay, notes. The balance, if it's not consummated by November 15th. Look, rather than, this is a long document, and, rather than read it in front of you while the stock's trading, my opinion is that Brent would not sign a toxic convertible note. So this must be something. This must be bridge financing. It does say November 15th. But Let me get answers on this. Logic is expecting, and Aubry SPAC is expecting the SEC approval for the distribution of data logic into the Aubry SPAC. And I think that approval will come this week. Let me find out about this. We've got 20 minutes to the close. If you want, we can go over it after the close, and I can read it out. I can go through 40 pages of dense material. I'm not happy to see that they have a VWAP on there. I'm not happy at that at all. I think that's a real red flag. But I also believe that it's possible that that is some sort of bridge financing, and that won't take effect unless the deal falls through. I don't know the answer, and I have to beg off. But VWAP is horrible. I think they should be outlawed. Skinny, has anyone heard anything about the S3 that is supposed to drop for Finger? Let's see if there's any news. I have heard. But I'm not sure I can say. I mean, I don't mean to be cryptic, but you're asking the question, so you probably heard as much as I heard. But I mean, it doesn't look like anything's coming out today. Well, November 2023 is the deadline they have for making the business combination. That's what I just read. It's the deadline they have for making the business combination. In September of 2022, Logic made a deal with Aubry SPAC, ASPA. I guess let's just stop following Finger, and we'll go to Logic. We'll go to Logic. Okay. On 9/9/22, DLQ, which is the engine of Logic, announces plan to list on NASDAQ via merger with Aubry SPAC. That's a year ago. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I thought it, Skinny, I thought it would answer your question. It didn't. So anyway, September of last year, Logic entered into an agreement with Aubry SPAC to distribute Data Logic, which is the AI engine, the revenue engine, the platform, which has allowed Logic to grow to 40 or 50 million in revenue on an annualized basis. They are going to distribute Data Logic into Aubry SPAC. There were 64, and I think now more, comments back from the SEC over the last year that had to be answered. And from Logic's standpoint, almost a month ago, they answered their last questions. But as I understand it, with Aubry SPAC, the SEC had what was disclosed to me as cleanup questions. It was explained to me, not disclosed to me. Cleanup questions, just minor issues that we got to go through the file. Aubry SPAC answered those last week or the week before. And the expected approval of the distribution into Aubry SPAC of Data Logic is this week. Now, I thought it was going to be 2 weeks ago. It now looks like it'll be this week. Frankly, I hope it's next week because I'd like to buy more. Data Logic is the entire engine of Logic at this point. So the shell Logic, so you take Data Logic out of the publicly traded company Logic, you put it into the NASDAQ traded Aubry SPAC. You change the name of Aubry SPAC. Well, the shell's just sitting here. Shorts are shorting Logic because they figure it's a shell. It's not going to have any value. So on November 18th of last year, Logic signed an agreement to buy a privately held operating company. That's November of last year. That was to put into the shell as a reverse merger. The value of that to you would have been between 40, 50, and 60 cents a share. Logic Brent decided to let that deal expire without becoming effective because he is seeing such deal flow of young companies with revenues and technologies and talent who wanted to go public, but there's no IPO. So they're coming to companies like Logic, and by the way, GoLogic, because they want to monetize the 5-10 years of work they've put in. So they merge into Logic. He is seeing deal flow, dozens of deals, cream of the crop. And to me, why would he let a deal go that would be worth 40, 50, 60 cents a share to you, to each share of Logic you own? To me, it's only because he's got a better deal. So Logic's distribution of Data Logic into the Aubry SPAC should be approved this week. I believe simultaneously, either sooner, during, or after, there will be a reverse merger candidate into the shell Logic. Once the SEC approves the distribution, there's at least a 10-day period for votes from Aubry SPAC and from shareholders of Logic to affect that deal. There'll be a record date and an effective date. That should all be accomplished by the end of September, beginning of October. Now, that is what I was saying about the end of August, beginning of September. But my understanding is the SEC came back to Aubry SPAC and had further comments. And so we're in a situation where management, bankers want to get this deal finished. But they have to, we're waiting on bureaucrats to give the final signature. And so Aubry SPAC had further comments. They answered them, and now the approval's expected this week. So why don't we just spend the time and go through this document together? Might as well. Okay. On September 8th, filed with the SEC, Logic. We'll just go through it together without me having an opportunity to speak to anybody and understand what it says, but we'll do it. On September 5, 2023, Logic and its wholly owned subsidiary DataLogic entered into a convertible note purchase agreement with certain investors, the investors, providing for the sale and issuance of DataLogic convertible promissory notes due in the aggregate original principal amount of $5 million. The DataLogic notes. Convertible into a fixed number of shares, DataLogic conversion shares. Fixed number of DataLogic common stock, which will then be exchanged for merger consideration shares as defined below in the company's pending business combination with Aubry SPAC. As additional consideration, the company is issuing its convertible promissory notes in the aggregate principal amount of $5 million, which shall be convertible into shares of the company's common stock prevailing at market prices. That's a disaster. The offering closed on September 5, 2023, the closing date, and as a result, DLQ issued an aggregate of $5 million in the aggregate principal amount under DLQ notes, and the company, Logic, issued an aggregate of $5 million in Logic notes. The DataLogic notes. The outstanding principal balance of the DataLogic notes shall be... I'm sorry I'm having to read this with you, but it's an urgent question. I would have much preferred to print it out and read it and give you a summary. The outstanding principal balance of the DataLogic notes shall be due and payable on the earlier of November 15, 2023, if DataLogic has not consummated a business combination with Aubry. I just went through showed you the news announcements. The SEC is expected to approve that business combination this week. But anyway, this gives till November 15th for that to eventualize. So either that happens or the date the investor receives written notice from DataLogic that it will not combine with Aubry SPAC. on the conversion date, when DataLogic consummates its deal with Aubry SPAC, the principal amount of the DataLogic notes shall automatically convert into a number of fully paid and non-assessable DataLogic conversion shares, and they give the number 1.6 million merger shares and freely tradable. So that's, I guess, that's what the banker's getting paid here. They're lending $5 million, and they're going to get 1.6 million freely tradable shares of DataLogic, which I assume they'll sell. That'll be depressing on the price a little bit. But it's not. What's good about that, it's a defined number of shares. That is good. Defined number of shares. If we calculate that, $5 million divided by 1.6 million, it's priced at $3 a share, and the stock right now is trading at 30 cents. If I did my arithmetic correctly. So it's the DataLogic initial value will be about $1.25 a share. If this is priced at $3 a share, that's giving you the value of what this might actually be worth. And I've said it could be worth $2.50, $3.50 a share. But subject to an arithmetic mistake, if you take $5 million and divide it by 1.6 million shares, it works out to $3.12 a share. So you asked me, so I'm giving you my answers without talking to the company first, but my interpretation is that DataLogic, they expect to be worth $3.12 a share, not $1.25. That's how I read this. In value, not necessarily how it trades. All right, let's keep reading. That part of it is good. That part of it is very good. DataLogic shall promptly cause Aubry to register such number of shares under the S-Form registration statement. Okay, that's good. I mean, that's what we just went through. At any time when an investor sells all or a portion of these shares on the primary market, the investor shall be entitled to a share reset with respect to any sale the investor enters into. If the closing price of the merger consideration shares is less than $10 a share, which it won't be, then within 2 business days of receiving notice, they'll get an extra 34%. Oh, God. Can we ever get away from these disaster deals? So they could add reset shares. That'll definitely happen, in my opinion. Bankers will make this happen. So that's another 1.5. So that brings the value down to $1.50. Anyway, the good thing about this, in my opinion, the banker will cause the price to be down so they will earn the reset shares. That's my opinion. I haven't had an opportunity to call into the company to find out what they think. But I believe you have to assume that the worst case scenario here. So it'll be more like it'll be 1.6 plus 1.5. It's like 3.1 million shares issued for $5 million is about $1.50 a share. That will happen. Whenever they have these resets, they make sure it happens, so they get more shares. Okay, now the logic notes. This is what concerns me. The logic notes. The outstanding principal balance of the logic notes shall be due and payable on the earlier of November 15th, 2026, 2026, or at an earlier time. This is terrible. At the election of the investor, all or a portion of the principal amount of the parent note is convertible into the number of logic conversion shares derived by dividing the principal amount of such note by the volume weighted average share price of the company stock traded under the symbol LGIQ, determined on the last trading day before the conversion. This is a toxic convertible note. I can't believe they signed this. The notes may not be converted, and the shares of common stock may not be issued under the notes if, after giving effect of the conversion or issuance, the applicable holder of the notes would own this is a toxic convertible note. Parent notes, that's Logic's notes, contain standard and customary events of default. The Logic notes include an ability for the investor to request registration on Form S3 of any securities issuable upon conversion of the parent note, Logic notes. This is toxic. This is toxic. All right. Let's read the form of Logic, September 5, 2023. Logic hereby promises to pay the holder the principal amount of, they don't fill it out, they have an event of default of declaring bankruptcy. That's what Mark Bazile thought is the way out. Well, my reaction to this is that the selling in logic over the last period of time, the shorts have sold stock short to give the money to logic under this note. There's a VWAP. I think this is a disaster. So my initial reaction to this, Logic's trading at 25 cents. You get the data logic part for maybe $1.50, and then you have the shell. I think this is a disaster on the shell part, not on the Aubry spec. So, I just have to change my rates of return. But I have to give you the caveat that I haven't had a chance to speak with anybody with the company. Demand registration rights. This is a toxic convertible note. This is a toxic convertible note. I'm just shocked that Brent would sign this. It doesn't give the name of who is lending this money. That's bad news on the shell side. The way I read it on the SPAC side, the collective audience, my initial reading is they broke it into two parts. So it looks like when Brent signs it, he's getting a great deal. But they have this lower price that gives makeup shares. That'll happen. The reset price, guaranteed that'll happen. So it's going to be, even though he's signing it thinking he's getting this better price, it'll be the lower price. But it's higher than what I've given you here. It's higher than that. So it's a defined amount of shares. It looks like it's $1.50 a share. So I think on the Aubry SPAC side, we're okay. And it stops. There's not any shorting and VWAP and continued destruction. I'm not so sure on the logic side, the shell side. And I have to beg off. I'm going to have to ask those questions. This is a long document. I'm trying to answer it to you since several of you asked and persisted. It's very hard to read on my phone. It would be better for me to print it out, and then I'll try to do that tonight and maybe do a video on it. To the person that asked if there's a video on Finger, I did one, and you can find it on my Twitter account about 3 weeks ago. No, sorry, I did one on Logic. I didn't do one on Finger. I did it on Logic. I'll try to do a video on Finger. All right, so we talked about Logic. And that deadline of November is relevant, as I read it, only if the SEC doesn't approve the merger, and they will approve the merger. All right, so Finger closed at 7. And it didn't. It closed at 685. It's trading at $7 in the open market. 685 to 7. 1.6 million shares. So yeah, I'll get Brent on the call. You know, I'm really surprised he'd sign a toxic note. So there must be something here that I'm missing. It looks like logic has been compromised. Well, guys, it's trading for 24 cents a share. The Aubry SPAC is going to be worth $1.25. By what I just read, I think they're valuing this worst case at $1.50. That's whoever's putting up $5 million. And remember, companies need cash. So I'm not worried about getting that $1.50 to your 25 cents. That works out to 6 times your money. I am worried about this side. After reading that, I'm worried about this side. It won't matter how, the way I read it, it won't matter how good a company that they put in this with a tox, if I'm reading that correctly. That's my biggest caveat. I'm reading it on a phone. I don't have time to work through the formulas. Normally, I like to write them out on a piece of paper, go through all the parameters. That's the part that, and I only had that valued at 50, 60, 70 cents a share. That's the part. So basically, 2x to 3x of the 10x that I think we can make is the shell. I'd be really skeptical right now until I get more answers. But there still is 6x to 7x in the Aubry SPAC. So it's a mixed deal. I hate VWAPs. VWAPs are a disaster. Putting stock into a escrow and then letting the investor decide when they ask for the stock, that's toxic conversion. And it means to me that the selling in logic has been naked shorting, and that was not what I was told. And that it is in, I'm talking to you. I can't do my arithmetic. But I bet if you went back over the last many days, and I'm not sure I'll be able to, that the selling is equal to $5 million or $2.5 million, whatever they got up front. This is a classic short selling convertible bullshit. And I can't believe, if I'm right, that Brent would sign it. But Brent's sharp and he's fighting the shorts. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that I'm wrong. Yeah, it probably gets paid out. On the data logic side, I think Aubry SPAC has cash. So maybe that part gets paid out. I'm just not sure on the logic side. And I don't, by the way, Deacon, I don't read that the issuer, Logic, has the right to pay it off. I read it that the investor has the right. Yeah, I think well, look, that's my reaction. I initially asked if I could beg off of answering, but the responses were pretty urgent, insistent, so I answered. I might be wrong, but that's my reaction. I'm sorry to say I think the logic shell might be in trouble. But I think the Aubry SPAC will be fine. So it's a mixed message. Okay. I'm not going to go back anymore on the questions. Finger is 686 to 7. Last trade is 686. It closed at 685. Let's just see if Skinny Whale is right to ask about I forget if you asked about an S1 or an S3. Let's just see. No, nothing on Finger. GTI breaks $1 tomorrow. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? 83 cents. It could go quickly if there's news. I don't think it'll break $1, but it could. This RNVA closed at 0.0002 on almost 2 billion shares. Just imagine the amount of money if they just make a fraction of a penny every time they trade on 2 billion shares. You wouldn't have to charge much to get rich. Whoever asked me about Bed Bath & Beyond, it's up today, but I wouldn't wait. Get your money out of that, in my opinion. We're rich on RNVA. Well, CB, it's not up. Well, maybe it is upsetting. It's not so much upsetting as you've got to just be honest with yourself. I think in the case of the Aubry SPAC, NASDAQ listed, they sold a lot of stock pretty inexpensively. But it's okay because they've got the revenues, they've got the growth. I think this will be okay. But I think it's disastrous for this side. That's how I see it. But this is the small side. This is the small side. This is the big side. So I'll get better answers. It'll take me a couple of hours on the phone. But I'll get better answers. Finger plunging after hours? Plunging? Oh no, is it plunging? Oh my gosh. It's down 22 cents on, I think, 10,000 shares. I'd hardly call that plunging, but they want you to think it's plunging. It's 651 to 680 and 419. Will GoLogic also be affected? I actually am pretty optimistic on both, and I have to say that my desire is to find out that Brent did not sign a toxic convertible note, but VWAP. That's what it is. I mean, it's like when you fall in love with a woman, you've been going out with her, and you just feel like you know this might be great, and then you find out she's dating the world on Tinder. I mean, you just got to face the facts. The facts are the facts, Jack. Signing, no matter how big the smile, no matter how big the office, no matter all the whining and dining, when a banker gets you to sign a convertible note with a VWAP, they've already been selling your stock. They're not raising money. They're just selling your stock in the open market. They're giving you the money from selling unregistered shares of your stock. And then when they put reset provisions in there, they're going to hit those reset provisions. So they're saying, they're just lying to you. So, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Or you find out she's not a woman. That's what she said. I don't think GoLogic will be affected unless they sign a similar deal. GoLogic is look, until I just read that note, I'd be telling you that Logic's on the verge of being worth $250 a share, 10 times what you're paying for the stock. I'd have to say now that Logic is going to be worth I'd say $1.75, not $2.50, maybe $1.50. So it's still going to be worth 6 times your money, not 10 times your money. What I need to find out is if you should just sell, and there'll be a chance to sell, and you'll make a profit. You'll make a profit. What I need to find out is if you should hold into the merger once the Data Logic deal is approved. The stock will go up, and I've got to be able to tell you we should just sell, even if it's a small profit, or we should hold on and sell later, or we should wait till the end of the year, and I'll get those answers. Brent is dedicated to break the shorts and build a good company. So I'm pretty sure there's a good explanation. In terms of GoLogic, at 50 cents or whatever, 60 cents, I think it's going to be a $4 or $5 stock by the end of the year. It's less clear, the specific steps, because it hasn't been explained to me. But I'm pretty excited for the RCRT combination. I think that's going to work. But if Brent's working with a banker that has a big smile and gets him to sign toxic convertible notes, I don't know what to say. Filing my fingernails into the mic is something else? I don't think I'm filing my fingernails. I don't know. Some of these names I don't recognize, so. Yeah, finger is 663, 651 to 660. The volume, though, hasn't gone up. So they've moved it down in the aftermarket, I would say, by something well less than 1,000 shares, maybe only 100 shares. So this is all manipulation, all fraud. This is to try to get a print so they can tell their margin clerk, hey, it's down 25 cents, things are okay. But I think Skinny Whale is on to something. I think Skinny Whale is on to something. Let me just check. So whether Finger gets, the shorts get in trouble from, okay, September 11th, Skinny Whale. Skinny Whale, September 11th. Skinny Whale, are you there? Finger motion. $300 million worth of common shares and warrants. Finger motion. Finger motion may offer and sell from time to time up to $300 million worth aggregate price of our common share warrants to purchase shares. $300 million. This prospectus, can you see that, Skinny? This prospectus provides you with the general description of the securities that we may offer. Each time we offer securities, we will provide you with a prospectus supplement. So this is a shelf registration. You should read both this prospectus and the future supplements. So this implies that they're not raising money now. This is just here for future raises. This prospectus may not be used to offer or sell securities without the supplement, which includes a description of the method and the terms of the offering. The common shares are traded on NASDAQ Capital Market. On September 6, the last reported price of the stock was $6. We will sell these securities directly to investors through agents designated from time to time or through underwriters or dealers on a continuous or delayed basis. Okay? We are a holding company incorporated in Delaware and not a Chinese operating company. As a holding company, we conduct a significant part of our operations through our subsidiaries and through contractual arrangements with a variable interest entity, a VIE, based in the People's Republic of China, PRC, or China. To address challenges resulting from laws, policies, and practices which may disfavor foreign-owned entities, we use the VIE structure to provide contractual exposure to foreign investment in Chinese-based companies. We own 100% of the equity of a wholly formed foreign enterprise, WFOE, wholly foreign-owned enterprise. Sorry. Okay. Okay, listing measures. Listing measures. Okay, they talk about VIEs. I'll read that later. And they talk about the Foreign Companies Act. Let's just skip all that. Okay. This prospectus is a part of a registration statement, Form S3, which we filed with the SEC and Exchange Commission, the SEC, utilizing a quote-unquote shelf registration process. Under this shelf registration process, we may sell any combination of the securities described in this prospectus in one or more offerings up to a total dollar amount of $300 million. And it says this gives you a general idea of a general description. But this prospectus may not be used to consummate a sale of securities unless it is accompanied by a prospectus supplement. So nothing's happening right now. Okay. Whoever was asking for a summary of Finger, here you go. Our company overview. I'm just reading from the filing. Overview. Finger motion. Overview. We operate the following lines of business. 1. Telecommunications products and services. 2. Value-added products and services. 3. Short message services and multimedia messaging services. 4. Rich communication services platform. 5. Big data insights. And 6. Video game division, which is inactive. Yeah, our stock is listed on the NASDAQ website. Incorporated on January 23, 2014. The name was different. In June of 2017, they amended their certificate of incorporation. Principal office in Singapore. I'm skipping over a bunch of stuff just to get to the heart of it. Well, here, look at this. China Unicom Cooperation Agreement in 2019. All right, I'm skipping page after page. They're listing a lot of risks. The risks are all standard. And if you read them too closely, you go gulp. But it's, boilerplate. Wow, this is a long one. Hang on, relax, everyone. Sorry, I just don't want to bore you, but I am boring you. What's this word mean? Capital contributions to our wholly owned subsidiary must file a record with the PRC Ministry of Commerce, the MOFCOM. Well, I think this is pretty exciting. $300 million is a lot of quid. A lot of risks factors. Sorry. Forward-looking statements. Description of warrants. Description of subscription rights. Escrow, anti-dilution, rescission, global securities, modification, description of units. General, enforceability of rights by holders of units, plans of distribution, underwriters. Let's see. If underwriters are used in the sale, the securities will be acquired by the underwriters for their own account. Tax consequences are not addressed. Around October 2022, our contractually controlled subsidiary GTII signed a cooperation agreement with Sunning.com to expand our reach to the China market. Sunning.com is a portal which primarily caters to consumers shopping for home appliances, consumer electronics, health, and beauty products. On or around December 2022, our contractually controlled subsidiary GTII and Munich Re, a large global reinsurer, have set the stage for extension of their ongoing behavioral research and analytic studies into commercial implementation in the China market through a proprietary behavior intelligence system developed by Sapientus, which I looked it up. It's like a Greek word meaning something, but it's not really a word. The analytic innovation development arm of Finger Motion. On April 6, 2023, we eliminated our remaining convertible debt with our primary lender. That was Lynn Partners. On April 28, we repaid in full $730,000 convertible note in favor of Dr. Ming. All right, 300 prospectus. Here's the prospectus. Up to 25 million shares of common stock. So if you take, well, it says dollars. It says dollars. So this must be, let me see if this is, it says Finger Motion $300 million common shares. Then you go further down. This prospectus is up to $25 million of shares of common stock from time to time through the sales agent. It's a long one. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to try to raise $25 million of the $300 million. They go through some of their agreements. All right, here's the offering. This is what we want. This is what we want. Here's the offering. The offering. The following is a brief summary of certain terms of this offering and is not intended to be complete. It does not contain all of the information that will be important to a holder of our securities. For a more complete description of our securities, see the section entitled Description of Securities. Issuer, finger motion. Offering, shares of our common stock having an aggregate offering price of up to $25 million. Common stock to be outstanding after the offering, up to 56,621,118,000. Assuming sales of 4,166,666. All right, let me write that down. Assuming sales of 4,166,666. All right, so let's take 25 million and divide it by 4,166,666. Divided by 4,166,666. They're going to sell. They're going to raise the money at $6 a share. So I think the stock's going to go down tomorrow. They're raising the money at $6, and it's $7. Well, let's not jump to conclusions. Let's see what they say. Okay, so their common stock to be outstanding, up to 56,621,118 shares, assuming sales of 4,166,666 shares of our common stock in this offering at an offering price of $6 a share, which was the last reported sale of our common stock on the NASDAQ on September 6th. This sounds like they're giving this to an underwriter. That's how I see this. They're giving this to an underwriter. But let's see what it says. This is an at-market offering that may be made from time to time through a sales agent. We intend to use the net proceeds from this offering for general corporate and working capital purposes. Okay, the number of shares of common stock shown above to be outstanding after the offering. Okay, we got it. We got that. Let's read further. Let's read further. Let's see what's actually going on. There's many pages of risks. It looks like a lot of the same risks that were in the previous document, which I didn't read to you, and I'm not going to read you all these. You can look it up on the SEC website. But I would like to get to more discussion. Okay, use of proceeds. The amount of proceeds from this offering will depend upon the number of shares of our common stock sold. So they haven't determined to actually sell this many shares, and the market price at which they're sold. So maybe they won't sell them at $6, but a higher price. There can be no assurance that we will be able to sell any shares. They intend to use the net proceeds, if any, from this offering for general corporate and working capital purposes. The following table they assume the offering at, say, hey, let me get this. It might be good information. Hang on. All right, so there's a good clarification. Breaking news. It's an excellent clarification. This is just a. I got to confirm it, but let me just plug in my phone to make sure don't run out of juice. Let's go back to the top. There's no date on this. So this is a hang on. I've got to go all the way back to the top. They're not raising money right now. This is a for lack of a better word, a $25 million shelf registration out of the $300 million shelf registration. Let me just see. I want to confirm there's no date. Just want to confirm there's no date. Yeah, there's no date. Oh, wow. 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 Are you still on the phone, on the call, Skinny Whale? Are you still on the call, Skinny Whale? This is the best news ever. This is the best news ever. This is the best news ever, Skinny Whale. Univest Securities. Univest Securities. Univest Securities. That is massive. That is massive. You don't have to read anything more. That is massive. Here's Univest Securities transactions. I see. Here. Here's one. Do you recognize that? Top? Do you recognize that? Did I show you this chart? See, top? Did we look at that chart for top? Did we see that chart for top? Very interesting. Univest Securities is huge. Huge. Just to show it again. Univest Securities. There's no date. So I think what this is a it's a red herring, but it's a you file this as a shelf registration. So it's with the SEC, and then you can fill out the terms and the price later on. So I think even though they're using, in all of their examples here, they're using $6 a share, I don't think it means anything. I don't think it means anything. All right, let me see. I mean, here, this is an illustration of the dilution at $6 a share. But my understanding is they're not making an offering at $6. This is just to, I guess, as a placeholder with the SEC. Based on the price of May 31, 2023. Net tangible book value per common share as of May 31, 2023, which is much lower. Well, anyway. I don't know. Avid is calling. Well, the stock is 669 on less than 2,000. Hey everyone, we're gonna hang on a second. I've got to get you in the ham position. This is Avid Trader is going to describe to you, because he speaks directly to one of the principal investors, which I don't. So he's going to describe to you the information that is correct about this announcement. And maybe, Avid, you can talk about how huge it is that it's Univest.
Yeah, absolutely. So the last reported sale is what it says on September 6th. So clearly this paperwork, I guess it was done September 6th, which was last Wednesday. So they reported the closing price, or whenever the last trade price was, at 6. It says there's currently no market through which securities other than common may be sold, and they just go on basically saying there's no specific deal, but I think it's going to be a 300 million raise by what I'm looking at. I think what the company's telling us is that we're looking, well, they filed an S3. That's, I think, pretty straightforward. They canceled the S1. There was no comments from the SEC, which is great. So now there's nothing legally binding Lynn Partners to any sort of securities. It could be common stock, warrants, anything that would, allow them to get their hands on some sort of securities. So that's a good thing. You wouldn't be able to have an S3 active if there was a previous one. So that's why they canceled it. My interpretation of just going through Univest and looking at the raises and seeing what they've done, they're the underwriter for TOP Financial. They took them public a year ago, and the stock went from 5 IPO to 50 in like a week. And then I think they did more money in another raise, like a bigger raise, and then you saw TOP go from like $5 to 260, and that was the last week in April of this year. So they're the same underwriters that did that. I'm just going through all the other ones that they did really quickly. GDC was their most recent one. If you go on their website, they did that in May. The last time they raised capital, the stock closed at 250. The next day it went to $50, I believe, in one day. It went to $44 in one day. GDC, which is GD Culture. So they did that, 250 to 50 in one day. There was another one, HUDI, Huddy, which they did, I think it was a 40 million raise here. 3 days earlier, the stock closed at like $20, and then it ran to 200 in 2 days. So I don't know exactly what they're doing, or I don't know their process of it, but all you got to do is just search Univest Securities. Their website pops up and they show you all the deals that they did with other companies. So it's extremely, extremely impressive. I mean, I've never seen anything like that, where they get involved with this underwriter and they just blast the stock. I mean, it just seems like it's an unstoppable force that just, and anything in the way, it's done. That's at least the way I'm looking at a few of their things. I'm still trying to go through it all. There's a lot of companies they got involved with, but just by what I'm looking on the surface, the past 4 or 5 deals they did, very, very impressive. And I don't know what they're gonna come to with Finger. Maybe it'll be like, I've seen, just looking at it, they'll do 1 share or 1 million shares for $25 a share. That's 25 million. Or they'll do 5 million shares for $5, 25 million. This is a 300 million raise, which is monstrous. I mean, 300 million coming to Finger Motion. I mean, I don't even know what type of expansion they're looking for. I mean, you're looking to raise 300 million with this firm. I think something massive's happening. Just again, I know people think right away dilution, but it's different.
No, I don't. I agree with you.
Just saying, a lot of people, they overreact right away when they see an S3. They say, "Oh, it's dilution," or it's offering coming. Yes, but the fact that the offering is over a quarter billion dollars here is out of control.
Yeah, and, I wouldn't assume that it's dilution. I would assume it's accretive. Whatever they have in mind is accretive to earnings and to revenues. And it would imply to me they have a big plan ahead.
Well, yeah. So let's say, if we just divide 300, right, by let's just say we're at $7, right? There's no way they're giving 42 million shares. There's no way they're going to do that. I don't.
Well,
see
that's
that
not. Yeah, that's. Unfortunately, I can't refer to it because I have you on the phone. But that's not what it said. It was a lot fewer shares than that. So if they
No,
raise,
yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. I think the stock's probably going to go or needs to go much higher. I think before doing that raise. And again, I really just wanted to point out that their track record is impeccable. I mean, they only work with typically China companies. That's pretty much what I'm seeing. They're tech or, very low float, very tight cap structure. All the stocks that I'm looking at, I think they're maybe 30, 40 million, 60 million OS and maybe 10 or less million in the float. So they're all pretty tight. China companies, tech stocks. We know Finger Motion's a data company, but they're in the telecom service. So this is interesting. This is really, really interesting when you're looking at their past work. Do they come involved and squeeze shorts out of a stock? Do they run it up and do an offering? I don't know exactly how they do it, but just looking at Top, you saw what that did when they raised money. You saw the other one, GDC. It went went up 40 points in a day. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow and going into the remainder of the week. There was about 10,000 calls purchased, 3,000 of the $13 calls that were purchased today. Absolutely insane that it's going to expire in 4 days from now. 2,000 of the 7s were bought today at, this was above the market. So let's just say it was 70, 75 cents. That's $150,000 just today, just in one single call slot. Clearly, there's something going on here. Stock's 13 days green. So everything seems right here. I think we have ourselves a very, very big winner here. And if you look on the daily chart, there's a fat W. So I think Finger's the big winner of this year personally. And that's
great.
That's about all I'm going to say.
That's all you need to say. That's very terrific. If anybody has questions for Avid, glad to take them. Let me just see if there's anything. I don't really see any questions, but you called in the middle. I was just reading what was on the what's in the filing. So I didn't get to finish my thought process at all. But I think to have Univest is enormous. And the second part of the filing is where the 25 million raise is. I don't know why they did that separately. We'll find out. But
what I've noticed is a common trend. Univest, when I'm just on their website looking through all the past raises.
Yeah.
They do a lot of 25 million.
Exactly. I was showing that. They're 11 million, 20 million, 25 million.
Yep.
And
any ones that are 25 or above usually move really aggressively.
You're probably good at arithmetic, but if you divide 300 million by, I don't know, 4. I doubt they're going to issue very many shares, 4 million shares or something. It could be at a really high price per share that they raise this money. But we don't know.
Yeah, I would say what's similar to what they've done in the past, because that's all we could really look at. They usually give 4 million, 5 million is usually the sweet spot.
Well, the number of shares that they implied in what I was reading was 4,166,666. And I'm sure if you divide that into 300 million, it's a massive number. If that's all they intend to issue.
$70. So, I could see something where they do 6 million shares at 50. That would be 300. If you did that, it would be, 4.1 divided by 300 would be 74,
yeah,
73.
That's how I would read it, is that, I don't know. They obviously can't put that in a prospectus to the SEC, but if they intend to issue about a little over 4 million shares, and they're willing to raise up to 300 million, it's a big number.
I have to really read through it because it's pretty extensive, and I'd be a liar if I told you I read it very
That's
thoroughly.
what I was doing. I agree with you. You have to read through it.
I'm going to read it top to bottom and highlight it and really make sure that I know exactly what's in it. But at the top, it can't be any more clear. 300 million common shares, warrants, usually Univest gets, full coverage warrants, 5-year burn. They throw that in there. So, just this.
Well, I think the big
really
part
awesome.
of it is this is a filing to the SEC, and it probably it follows requirements that lawyers have put up, but it implies that Univest is their banker. It implies Univest is their banker, and I would imagine that's a big number. Anyway, I interrupted you.
No, I interrupted you. I think that this is basically telling you, hey, if you want to raise money in the future, you have to file. And they said, okay. I guess it was the 6th. I guess they did this Wednesday. So Wednesday they filed with the SEC and said, okay, I guess they fired Benchmark. Benchmark's no longer their investment banker. You wouldn't have 2 investment bankers. So you do that. You go, and now you turn around. You cancel the S1, which, again, was with Lynn Partners or Lynn Global Funds, whichever LLC they did it with. And then now they're filing this one, which, again, I think just having someone like Univest, just seeing the power and seeing the amount of funds that they manage, I don't think that anyone would want to short this stock. I don't think anyone would want to go against them. And if this was really bad news, we know how quick shorts are to topple on a stock, or how quick.
Who mentioned bad news? Who mentioned bad news? It's great news.
No one. I'm just saying it is fantastic news. When you get to any sort of dilution, it's very quick for someone to say an offering's coming, that instantly means dilution. It's not that that's correct, right? But in some way, shape, or form, stock is going to be offered, right? So usually the reaction is very red, very aggressive, and then it gets people to panic. You have a couple people go out and, oh, hey, look, this is bad news, or, oh, look, they're diluting, or, oh, we told you, whatever the basher mindset is, I don't know. But they say something like that, people start looking, oh, my God, it's down 20, 30 cents, and then you start thinking all these emotional things, which, again, the stock's now starting to push back up. It's all the way at 675 was the last fill. So even though we saw it pull down a little bit, it wasn't an overreaction. It wasn't a huge knife down or $4 or $5, which, again, I'm not by any means targeting any stocks. But when you look at certain companies, when bad news comes out or bad earnings, you see sometimes it's an overreaction, right? Like with TerraWolf, that got knifed down. With Theory, that got knifed down very quickly, and it's hard to recover. But the stock right now, it's only down 10 cents. It's not even.
Well, Zach, I think that's great input, but this isn't Yorkville Partners. This isn't Lynn Partners.
No,
this is
Univest. On the street, in my opinion.
So this is Univest. So this is going to be real fundraising, real money, plain vanilla, as I call it, contracts. This is real. It's huge. And now
I think we just went green here. Yeah, we just.
Univest is massive, and I didn't get a chance. I got a bunch of calls from you, from busy brands, and my phone lights up. But in no way do I read this as negative or dilutive. Dilution is an intriguing word because people go, "Oh, more shares, it's dilutive." Well, bullshit. What are you doing? Are you buying another company? Are you expanding your business? When are you raising the money? Are you raising it now, or are you raising it in 6 months? Are you raising it when the stock's 100? You don't know those questions.
This is also not a small raise either. It's not like, oh, you're taking a little petty convertible note from the Kramers, right? This is $300 million.
Exactly.
This is absolutely massive.
Exactly. And it states in it that it's a shelf registration. It's just a placeholder to file with the SEC so they can act when the price is right, when the timing is right.
I think so, that what you just said right there, that sentence, that's exactly what it is, word for word. Yeah. It's exactly what it is. It's just a placeholder to say, okay, when the market catches up to wherever the contingency on the deal is, 20, 50, 100, I don't know, right? Whenever it gets to that point, then we'll proceed with the agreement. But it's basically pending, that reaction.
The most important thing about this, which you mentioned, to me, is that if you're the Lind Partners or one of their 4 shady syndicate clients, you're not going to short against Univest. Are you going to short against Univest? I mean, look.
I think that would be the dumbest thing ever to do, and I think the street.
I mean, unless you want to commit financial suicide, I'm showing everybody the picture of TOP's stock. Would you short into this? I mean, it's insanity. And this isn't.
Look up the ticker HUDI, Huddy. That's another one they did that went from like 20 to almost 200 very quickly. And if you want to look at, I don't want to give you too many at once, but I
can do it.
Yeah, the next one would be GDC, and that one went from like a couple bucks to almost 50 in literally one day. That was one of the few most recent ones they did. Absolutely nuts. I mean, it's literally like all out blitzkrieg, literally bullet train, anything in the way, it just slaughters it. And we're about to touch $7 in after hours now, so clearly I think Wall Street is going to wake up and realize tomorrow
I think this is
this is something special, I think.
Well, I mean, it is something special, but you're being a gentleman. I think this is a oncoming locomotive about to crash into Jeff Easton's clients. The shorts are about to get really
I'm hearing that someone out of Goldman Sachs, or I don't know, I think Jeffrey's group, possibly a client, is in big trouble. And I think that $6, there was a big effort to hold it down. 7 was an even bigger number. And just the fact that we saw a $6.4 million bid come on the tape Thursday, it was $700,000 for $6, another $370,000 for $605. And that was just massive. And then all of a sudden we saw a bid go in for 30,000 calls that the market maker didn't want to fill the stock or the calls, but yet their job is to, again, create a market when there's liquidity present. And they weren't doing that because I think what's happening is they're selling the calls naked and they're actually filling orders with stock they don't own on the back end. And we hope that's the case. We don't know that for a fact, but we do assume that. And if it's true, what happened with Robinhood back in 2021, everyone doesn't understand why they got a margin call for $3 billion. They never owned GME stock on the back end. So on your account, there was a digital print that said, yes, you have 200 shares. And if you sold it, the cash is in your account, no problem. But when the stock gamma squeezed and every single call went in the money, and everyone started exercising and selling the stock, now they had to go into the open market and settle the trade that was never actually accounted for on the back end. And then they got in big trouble because the stock went up 300 points. So with this, if anyone was shorting it or anyone is selling these contracts naked and this thing blows up tomorrow or into the end of the week or however long it takes, well, I think you know what's going to happen next. And then that's when you get a top or an HKD or something where it just explodes. And now instead of having to cover 1 million shares at 6, now you have to cover 1 million at 10. And then that takes you to 20. And then this person that's shorted at 10, now it's at 20, he covers. And it's that cycle of everyone just killing each other. And that's when you can get something big like a top or like we just said, which, again, Finger Motion has 50+% of the insiders own the company, which is amazing. And there's only 20-something million in the float. It's really not a lot of stock.
Well, I can't look at it as I'm talking to you, but the data they provide in this shelf registration seems to limit the number of shares they maximum will sell, like I said, to 4.16 million. And just imagine if they raise, let's just say they raise the whole 300 million, selling 4.16 million shares. It's a big number.
$75.
It's a big number. So, no, I didn't get to go through the whole thing before you and Busy and others called, but I see this as massively positive, massively catalytical. What's the word? It's the biggest catalyst you could imagine. And I think the stock, this is what I think could happen to Finger right there. I'm showing them top.
Without a doubt, I would give it an 85% chance we blast all-time highs on Finger Motion. Just my guess. I don't know for a fact. I don't have a crystal
Is that
ball
what
or
your
anything.
charts are saying?
Everything now. It's the sentiment. It's the momentum. It's the call buying. It's the aggressive 6 million bids. It's everything. It's just the feeling, the energy. It's just, it all seems like this is the one. It's trending. It's naturally trending without anyone, doing anything extra. It's just watching it happen. And we've been saying it for, you, me, Ham. There's so many people that have been saying this since $1, since months ago that this was going to be big. And I remember how many people, counted it out and, called it a pump and dump and a garbage stock and, just another promotion, right? And now look at how real it is. So I love to prove them wrong, and I hope this thing squeezes.
Well, Avid, just thinking it through, ignoring, I was reading the thing, and you're going to read it, and you're going to see some of the stuff, I guess, that caused you guys to call. I don't see anything bad in that.
There's nothing bad
in that, and nothing I was saying was meant to imply that. Au contraire, I think this is like I couldn't imagine a better thing happening to Finger. Univest is the biggest bank in the so-called Chinese stocks that have squeezed. Well, if you were Jeffries, or if you were Lynn Partners, or if you were one of the 4 short sellers they syndicated the deal to, right, what are you doing right now? Are you going to try to drive it down and scare the shit out of us? It's not going to work.
I'm going to get some Huggies diapers, because it's not gonna look very good for my floors and my clothes here that I've soiled. If I'm them,
you sound like Ham. He said it would wet your pants. But
yeah, and it's we could joke all we want, but if I see a news like that, more than ever, the brokers and the market makers, they have the ability to see behind the screen. They have an ability to have a better view of the market. They have the most clear view. They see where the money is. They see all the names in the account. They see all the trades that person's taken, how much they're worth, how old they are, their name, everything, their history about everything they've done trading. So when they look back and they see all these stocks, they know better than the public. Like, the second this came out, we all went there, we copied the name, we Googled it, what do they do, finding out what Univest is. The street already knows who these guys are. They the second they see the name, oh my God, they did top. Oh my God, they did.
Well,
they did this
what's
stock.
your opinion? What's your opinion of the nature of the shorts who are I assume the clients of Lynn Partners versus the Kramers at Power Up Lending? In other words, do you think they'll just go ahead and try to cover this, the prime broker, or walk away? They're not, in your opinion, are they going to continue selling hundreds of millions of shares into the market after reading this?
I think they'll make an effort. I don't think they're going to just walk away. I think they might be, we saw a little attempt in after hours today. I mean, if it starts to really rip hard tomorrow, I think the smart thing, and usually we don't see people on Wall Street do the smartest things or make the smartest decisions, but if it was me, I would want to be the first one out. Usually no one wants to be the first one out the door or the last one out the door, but in this case, we're not talking about a $10 or $20 million raise. That's going to be 1 million shares and it's going to pump and come back down. I mean, this is $300 million, and now the
but Avid, sorry to interrupt. The 300, it doesn't, nowhere in this does it say it's 300 million at these prices or tomorrow. I would say it's either it's going to either be at higher prices or over time, or both.
Correct. That is my point. It's such a large number that's going to be raised that this firm is not just giving them $300 million. There has to be a plan. They must love the business. They must want to see the business succeed. You don't give $300 million to someone and just,
well,
whatever.
to me,
No,
there's only, I'm just talking out of patterns over the years. There's only two things that it could be. One is they expect the stock to go higher, or they're going to merge or acquire somebody, because that's a lot of money. But I don't know. We'll find out.
I think what's most likely is the stock's probably going to have a very positive reaction to this tomorrow. And I think when Wall Street wakes up during regular hours and they're able to trade, if they have the slightest idea that there's a block order, if there's anyone covering, there's the best part about this, and I've told this to everyone in my group and everyone, all it takes is one little spark. It could be anything. It could be 100,000 shares that someone's short at $4 or $5 that, you know what, they're down 50-60% plus fees and commission. You know what, they're done, and they're just going to get out. It doesn't have to be 100 million. It could be literally 100,000 shares, real shares that get bought into the market, and all of a sudden that's that little spark that takes it from 750 to 820 or something like that. Bang, that's all that could say. All right, off to the races, and everyone just starts piling on and front running, and well, who knows, maybe hedge funds want to come involved and join in the slaughter. We don't know. There's a million intelligent investors out there. There's a ton of smart hedge funds that are paying attention to retail, and they're seeing where the money's flowing, where the momentum is. Hedge funds don't care if it's at $5 or at $10 or at 20. They could buy the same 4 million shares that they want at whatever price. If it's going straight up, they'll be a part of it. They will buy in at whatever price. And especially if it's going to take out some of their competition or slaughter a small firm, why wouldn't they want to partake in it? There's no friends on Wall Street, so
well, exactly.
That's the fun part, is who knows, like that what if factor. Does a small little party or a small client of Jeffrey's get bought in tomorrow, and that brings it up to $8-9, and then all of a sudden that triggers algorithms and stock scanners, and all the day traders come in, and boom, it just goes. And that's sometimes how it is.
That's
so
right.
I'm getting a little excited here. I might have to stand up,
Well,
showing some emotions here. I love it.
This is the best news that possibly could be. I was reading it hoping to find the name of the underwriter, and then before you called, I scrolled up, and there it was, Univest. That is massive. Univest is massive. That's like going from that little, well, you're too young to remember it, but it's like going to having Goldman Sachs. I mean, they're different names, but Univest is the name in Chinese stocks, as far as I can tell.
I consider them like the BlackRock of China, kind of.
Yeah.
It might be a bad example, but I heard they have hundreds of billions.
Well, I also believe they have, and I'm, testing my knowledge, but I believe they have a huge retail arm, like 1,500, 2,000 high net worth clients. So this could get hot quickly. So
I'm super excited. Like I said, I don't think I've been more excited or more focused on one specific stock than this one. I'm just so happy to be a part of it early, and been talking about it for about a year now.
Okay, so what do your charts say the high is? You can't predict it.
I think that it's very tough to see where it's going to go if it breaks the all-time high, because there's just simply no data, right? There's just no numbers.
How about this question? Where does it break out?
10. Breaks 10, it goes parabolic.
I agree with you on that one.
10 is the double digits. It breaks the yearly high, and then everything will be triggered at 10. 10, it'll zoom.
I told people if it breaks 10, we could go to 90 or 70, one of those. But who knows?
I think realistically, like, a good number to look at is somewhere between, I like 30. I don't know why. It's just, I can't give you a real reason as to why I like the number. It's just, it popped in my head. It's a good balance. It's, it's slightly above the all-time high. It's a little less than what people are expecting. But like I said, if a stock's $1, it's up 6-7 points. it goes to all-time high. It's incredible. Usually on a big squeeze, it'll double the all-time high.
Right.
So if it's 18, we'll just call it like 36, something like that. So $35, I think, would be a good number. But I'm guessing. I just I want everyone to know. I'm just
Well, I
guessing.
think it's not a bad number. I have another chart I did, but this one I'm looking at that I did 2 weeks ago. 46 was the number and 70 was the number. The one I did beginning of this, at the end of last week, 90 was the number. But anyway, I use very rudimentary techniques, unlike you.
No, listen. It's all slightly a guess in the end of the day. But I would tell everyone, go back and look at anything Univest has done over 20 million. Right. Of course, the cap structure. The one thing, all I've been doing is just reading all of the filings here and recording a little bit of them. But anything over 25 million, it usually flies. I mean, I've never seen a stock where they get involved with an underwriter, they actually put out a PR, and then it's gone. I mean, there's just, like I said, there's no stopping it. It's a literal unstoppable force that hits the stock. And for any ticker, I don't care what it is, if a stock, even if it's $100 a stock, it rips 50 points in one day, I mean, that's out of control. I've never seen anything like that in my lifetime, besides CME. But, again, we're now dipping into that category is like, what type of play is this going to be? We've seen their work. We know what they're responsible for. Are we looking at a $200 stock that's trading at $6 right now? Are we looking at a $100 stock trading at $6, a $50 stock? I mean, either way, 50, 100, 200, whatever it is, it's still mind blowing. So the potential is truly endless, and I think that we've seen all those big numbers off very small raises. So if it's 25 million, for example, and now it's 300, that's like, I'm standing up now, by the way. Energy's going crazy.
And you're pretty tall.
Take a deep breath.
There, in the time that you've called and I was talking, it's about 3 million shares. And Embed Asset Impact, Avid also has it on his X. That's why he was trying to get live with William and give his views. But William is too busy with logic bullshit. Let me tell you something. Embed Asset Impact. Several of you guys were asking me about logic, and I asked for time, but it kept coming. So I did try to answer those questions. But I want to tell you, Embed Asset Impact, the CEO of Logic, Brent's son, introduced Univest to Finger. Logic introduced Univest to Finger Motion. So have some patience, have some understanding. Anyway, sorry, I'm just talking to this one guy that's giving me grief.
No, don't worry about that. Like I said, this is all just fun. We're all on the same team here. Everyone's excited. Everyone's looking at what the potential could be,
My view, and it was good that you guys called because it caused me to scroll up. I just wanted to find out who the bank was, and Univest is massive. So, however the lawyers have to file this, to me, it looks like it's a $300 million deal with $25 million supplemental prospectus. But I got interrupted, so just like you do, I like to print it out and study it for an hour. They may just do 25 million in a spike. Maybe they don't do the whole 300. But here's the positives. A major United States investment bank that is real, that also specializes in Chinese stocks, is willing to raise $300 million, plain vanilla, not all this crappy Power Up Lending and Jeff Easton crap. This is huge. It's huge.
I think, again, the main thing that people should really just recognize from this PR is that if I'm just, again, go back to the logic aspect, forget everything you know about stocks. if I'm giving you, your company, your wife, whoever, if I'm giving them $300 million, you better believe I'm going to be their best friend. I'm going to know everything about them. I'm going to really believe in them for whatever the cause is, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's something you're passionate about. These people are friendly. They're 100% friendly. They're going long on the stock. They want to see the stock not only succeed, but thrive. Like, really, really dominate, really.
And they've had, like you pointed out, this history of success for their investors. They want another success. I'm looking at the letter that Finger Motion sent to the SEC on August 1 that essentially fired Lynn Partners. I'm sure they worked on this for a while before they did it. So my point is, Univest has studied this situation. This isn't just an announcement.
Yeah, they were retiring the S1 at the same time. I'm sure they were trying to, talk about whatever they have to talk about in terms of, getting a better deal or moving on or how they're going to grow the business. I didn't see anything like this coming, 300 million. Clearly, there's a really big plan that's going on between Univest. I think personally, Univest sees a really big potential in Finger Motion, just based on what Martin Shen said on his recent interview, where he said, well, we're really focusing on the data aspect of the company. So the one thing that they got was a license from China Mobile and China Unicom to actually study that cell phone data. And again, that's around 1.5.
Well, as you know, if you listen to that interview, they've set up a laboratory and they've got scientists, which I assume means mathematicians, or statisticians. But anyway, they're in the second stage for Munich Re and Pacific Re to monetize that relationship which you just described. And if I remember the interview, that could happen in the third or fourth quarter, which is this year.
Yes.
So
yes,
that's
coming in a month from now.
Exactly.
Which, he says is going to be a blowout. Well, not that he said it's going to be a blowout. That's an incorrect quote. I think it's going to be a blowout. And he mentioned, keep your eyes on Q3 and Q4.
Exactly.
He said that investors are bullish on their future, which I love that little quote. But either way, the big thing is that they're really focusing on taking it outside of insurance, expanding to other regions because they're predominantly in China. So they want to go Southeast Asia, Western Europe, even probably in North America. They could do healthcare, financial services, things like that. And I believe that if you're looking at someone like Univest, really the raises that they do, they're all from Chinese-based companies. They're either headquartered there, they have some sort of ties to Hong Kong or just China in general. So to have that sort of, I would call it like a monopoly in a way, but essentially just brokering the deal or allowing that insurance aspect of it to come into the monthly billing. I think that's why they want to get involved.
And
I could be wrong.
Imagine the profit margins on it. But then there's another insurance business that they're in, which is that, China has rolled out 5G in most of its provinces, not all of them. They go province by province. But the 5G is coming in, so everyone has to buy a new phone, a 5G phone. Well, you don't have a choice in China. You have to get what Martin calls Apple Care. And you don't have a choice. You can't turn it down. And if it's $100 a year, which it might be, that's the number I heard, Finger gets $25 a contract just to put it together with the number one insurance company in the world for that kind of phone reinsurance, whatever it's called. That's huge.
No, that's the government. So they're basically whatever the government wants to do, they're going to do. So in this case, they're saying that everyone moving forward needs to have insurance on their phone.
25%. Call it $25. How hard? What's the cost on that? This is a company that's going to have exploding.
Of every transaction. 100%.
Yeah, at 25%. I'm using $25 on $100. Whatever. Yep. You're right. But the point is, revenues and profit margins are just about to go into a hockey stick explosion. And what a time to raise capital. That's what you need. That's the only thing they need to implement everything is capital. So
yeah, in the end of the day, I mean, that's what I'm sort of looking at. I'm like, oh my God, what are they going to use this money for? I mean, I'm looking at, I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna, they're gonna make clearly a big statement here. They're not messing around with this for no reason. They're obviously looking to expand.
well,
I would love to know what they're going to use it for specifically.
It can only be a rapid expansion or an acquisition as far as I can figure out. But whatever it is, it's well thought out, I'm sure. But here's the point. This isn't a group of guys raising money so they can short the shit out of the stock and move money to Germany or the Cayman Islands. This is an investment bank that wants to make money for its long clients that actually commit to the upside of a company. This is just a revolutionary change. This is a quantum leap. This is a whole new ball game.
It really is. They say there's levels to it, and this is a whole nother ball game. When you talk about someone like Univest, it's absolutely out of control. And I wouldn't be shocked if this thing gets some legs. I wouldn't be surprised if come, open tomorrow, we see some light covering or we see some sort of increased buying presence in the open market.
You never know. It might take a day to process, but I can't imagine it gets through the week without being much higher.
I think we're going to close. If I'm going to make a bold prediction here, to whoever is listening, I would say that before today opened with the 12 and the 13s, the 7s to the 11s, I think every single call from, $11 down will cover Friday in the money. I think that's going to happen. It's a guess. Again,
wow.
I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. It's not financial advice, but I think all those calls are going to finish.
I thought
in the money here.
I thought 850 would be before this announcement. I thought 850 might be 825, 850, but if it got through 10, why stop at 13? I don't know.
I think it breaks 10. When you got yourself a 90% chance. It goes to 1380 and breaks that. I give it almost.
Well, there's one other point in there which you probably remember. I think it's around 1690 or 1670. Anyway, just under $17 was the high it hit. I don't know, 2.5 years ago. That could be a minor resistance. I just don't see any resistance, Avid. None of these.
There isn't much. Not over 10, there really isn't.
Yeah.
820. 820 to 10 is like probably the biggest range. You break out of 10, I think all hell is going to break loose. That FOMO, oh my God moment type of deal.
Well, imagine, Avid.
Crazy.
We're all used to dealing with these companies where, just to be blunt, criminals play. I'm talking about the shorts, not about the CEOs or anybody else. I'm talking about the shorts. But now you're going to get FOMO potentially. I don't think at these prices, but you might, like you pointed out, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. You could get FOMO amongst hedge funds and other Wall Street players.
That's what I would love to see. That's what I hope happens. Like, I hope anything happens. I hope someone front runs a big order and, there has to be some covering or, it becomes like, I like to use the term sharks and minnows because it's exactly what it is. When someone's in trouble on the street, if they don't have someone big to help bail them out, it becomes like you said, sharks just smell blood and it's history from there.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's, this is a mess around and find out type of deal. And it's not looking good for anyone that's short going into the close here. I would be very, very concerned. And I know a lot of times people say, oh, it's going to get rug pulled or this or that.
No. This is the
strongly
opposite.
advise that you rethink that statement and do some research, as I'm doing, into who these people are, because from the looks of it, nothing stops what they want to get to.
It's one of the really good followers, Skinny Whale, is pointing out that the after hours prices are erratic. But I also noticed, Skinny Whale, that it's less than 5,000 shares. I think it's less than 4,000 shares that have traded, but I don't have that data on my after hours. But here it is, asking 7. Normally this came out while I was live. Normally I'd like to print it out, read it, and organize my thoughts. But if you were calling in a panic or something, you misread my interpretation. I think this is like, I don't know what to compare it to. But there couldn't be better news for the longs. You couldn't ask for better news. This is massive. This isn't possibly good. This is massively good, in my opinion.
This is the best news I've ever seen to date on the stock, besides paying off Lynn Partners. This is just. It's really. It's incredible. I'm very
whatever
excited.
The documents say. When you see that imprimatur that says Univest, what margin? Well, margin clerks won't know, but what
everyone's gonna know.
Regional director or national sales manager or president of Jeffries is going to allow continued sale of stock that doesn't exist when Univest is involved. I mean, maybe they're slow on the uptick and it takes a day, but I can't imagine that anybody's going to be sleeping very well at the prime brokers tonight.
I think that for a broker, it's actually more profitable and beneficial for you to buy your client in the long run, especially if the stock's going to squeeze.
Well, here's what one guy's saying. Borders is saying they're going to sell 10 million shares at 30. I haven't heard that. Or 6 million at 50. I haven't heard that either.
More likely. I think it's going to be less shares. I would think what makes sense is a higher share price because of how large the offering is, or how large the potential offering is. I don't think they're going to give 10 or 20 million, because it doesn't make sense. You can't give 50% of the float. You can't give 100% of the float. It's just, it doesn't.
That's the thing.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But
I think Univest is in a unique position to see the 5 or 6 engines or cylinders of their engine at Finger Motion in China as really valuable. So they are able to give it the valuation that it deserves, I think. But also, they're not saying this necessarily is raised all at once. So they could do it in steps, or they do it all at once. Either way, it's trouble for the shorts in a big way. I don't think the shorts get out of the neck this week, or maybe takes as long as 2 or 3 weeks, but they don't get out of this. Maybe they can fight it from higher prices this week, like you say. I don't know what you said, 13. Maybe it gets to 13, 14, 15, and they're still fighting. But at some point, maybe it's 21. They just give up, and it's over. It's over.
Yeah, there's got to be a tap out point. I think if you want to get a top effect, if you really want that, the only thing that Finger Motion's missing is the speed. There's been no speed. There's been no acceleration. A year ago, when it went from 64 cents to 10.10 in pre-market, 9.80 in regular hours, the stock went up in 8-9 days, and by the time it got to day 13 or 14, it was already peaked out. Finger Motion, we've been up for 98 days, I think. This was the last week in May. The stock did a little double bottom at 130 and then started to take off like end of May, beginning of June. We're now in September. So, you know, it's definitely different. The stock's starting to push now in after hours. We're 25 cents green here, 705. It is 701, which is beautiful. I think the market's going to react.
What do you see as the volume? I still only see about 5,000 shares in the aftermarket. Am I wrong?
So let me see. So see if I have this candle right. So this closed at 15, which would be 3. Let me just go on the hour. So
you do it. Yeah, you do it hourly in minutes.
60. There's about 60, a little less than 60,000 shares traded since the bell rang. 50,
so I'm way off. It's 60,000. Wow. That's huge.
There's a 50, 60,000 traded since the bell rang an hour and 45 minutes ago. I got a million people blowing my phone up.
All right, you got to go. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I
appreciate you having me on. I'd love to talk.
Well, we'll do it again. I thank you for coming on and
appreciate it.
Explaining it all. All right. Okay. Bye. All right, everyone. I think they were panicking that I was telling you $6, but it's in the it's in the document. But I didn't get to finish. This isn't, as it said at the beginning, this isn't, let me just see what this says. This is a prospectus. I wouldn't be surprised if after Avid reads this, he might find out that, and I haven't read it yet, but they might be issuing stock to Univest at this level and then selling it to the public much higher, which is fine. Doesn't matter what they're doing with the because it said in the beginning that if they use a investment bank, they'll issue the stock to the investment bank. So this might be that this $6 is okay. Here's the at the market issuance sales agreement between Univest at 75 Rockefeller Plaza. Ladies and gentlemen, finger motion proposes to issue and sell through Univest Securities shares of common stock having an aggregate offering price of up to $25 million. Wow, this is small writing. Okay, it's a long document. All right, registration statement will be filed with the commission. At the market sales. So that could be that's at the market price. On the basis of the representations, warranties, and agreements herein, the company agrees that from time to time, during the term of this agreement, on the terms and subject to the conditions set forth herein, it may issue up to an aggregate price of $25 million, provided, however, that in the company issue or sells through the agent some number of shares. God, it's so hard to read. The dollar amount. Oh, it's long. Well, anyway, my guess is they're making this deal with Univest directly, and then Univest will sell them at a much higher price to their investors. Maybe, I don't know. It's a long document. It clearly states they're entering into this agreement. Let me go to the bottom. Yeah, it's signed by Univest and by Finger Motion. I'd love to print this out. The company shall ensure there is sufficient common stock. On the date the registration statement is declared effective, the company shall furnish. It's a long document. I'm sure Skinny Whale has already read it. But here's the exhibit, just so you see it. It's up to 25 million of common stock at the market issuance, at the market. So the market price could be much higher than the $6 price. But it's dated September 11th. Finger Motion proposes to issue and sell through Univest Securities selling agent shares. It doesn't say how many shares of common stock, up to 25 million. A registration statement form S3 registering 300 million of securities of the company shall be filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Anyway, well, I'll print it out and figure it out. It may be as simple as that a small part of it is being issued now and the rest is being issued later. But it's just huge that it's Univest. It's just huge. Yeah, the shills are everywhere. I'm going to try to ignore them. Where is this Univest news? It's I'll show it to you. I will show it to you. I mean, if I was, before Avid called, I was trying to show you these. These are Univest offerings. And I showed you some before he came on. So this one, I can't quite read that. But you see 9 million, 11 million, 3 million, 9.6, 16 million, 40 million, 6. That's more. 6. That's only in China. That must be a lucky number. 25 million, 2 million, 25 million, 40 million, But these are the companies that, and here's top. I showed you the picture, and I showed you this before Avid came on. So that's Univest. This is not Power Up Lending or Lind Partners. This is Univest. Let me show you a little bit about Univest. I mean, this is a real website, not a crap. Look at all their team. Look at all their team. Look at their team. They're located in well, anyway, I don't see it. I thought I was going to be able to tell you. They're in New York, but I also think they're in either Hong Kong or Singapore. I mean, just the headlines on this company. It's so different than the crap firm Lind Partners. Univest Securities announces closing of 25 million initial public offering of ADRs. Univest Securities announces closing of 9.6 million initial public offering of Class A ordinary shares. Univest Securities announces closing of 9.55 million registered direct offering and private placement. Univest Securities announces closing of 11 million initial public offering of Class A ordinary shares. Univest Securities announces closing of 3 million registered direct offering. Univest Securities announces closing of 9.6. Chinese IPO Qilan doubles in U.S. trading debut. So this is just awesome. Dilution into the market is never good news. What do you mean, Hawkeye? That's like half a thought. That's like a quarter of a sentence. What do you mean, Hawkeye? I'll give you time to fill out your idea. This isn't dilution, Hawkeye. You know what was dilution? Your friends, Hawkeye, that sold 170 million shares that do not exist. So I agree with you on that. By selling 170 million non-existent shares of Finger, they diluted the price of the stock now so that there's been an opportunity for us to come in. But Hawkeye, you're in agreement with us. Why don't you come to the good side? Get away from the dark side, Hawkeye. Get away from the dark side. Well, I think, Sharon, I think I need to print that out. And there was such a panic going on that they brought in Avid and Busy Brands, and my phone rang with a couple of other names, because the message is that when Univest gets involved, this is what happens to stock prices. Not dilution, not raising money at $6. Although I stand by it, they might be giving Univest some stock at $6, which would be great. I think that'd be great. I don't know. I need to print it out and read it. But those are documents in there. And they say what they say, regardless of what anyone calls in panicking with me. The documents say what they say. But to divide 300 million by 4 million shares, that's just one data point I got out of the document. It's hundreds of pages. I need to go up, get it printed out, and read it to really be able to explain to you what it says. But yes, I think that Univest may run this price. If it goes up, Univest may raise money for Finger at 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 a share. I think the market will determine that. But why not? Why not? If the stock runs to $200 or $300, $400 a share, why not be in a position to have the company raise? This guy is saying dilution is never good, whatever he means. Well, imagine if Finger Motion can sell 3 million shares at $100. Imagine if they're able to do that. That guy would be happy because it's not dilutive. And, well, it is. It's 3 million shares, but at that kind of money, everybody would be happy. That's the narrow definition of dilution. Well, you have to look. You have to add. The full thought is, okay, they're raising money. What are they raising it for? What's the value of what they're getting with that money? So, whoever this guy is, he'll be very excited when Finger raises money. Let's say at $100 a share. The only people that won't be excited are who he's shilling for, which are the criminals that have been caught with their shorts. The warrants announcement is all over. What's the warrants announcement? Ham is going to have a conference call with Avid. All right. Let me see when Ham's call is. Yeah, it's great. So conference call tonight at 7:30. Let's go over the S3 filed. And this is how he interprets. Get ready for a rocket. Let's sell 1 million shares at $150 to start. I like how he thinks. Oh, Vansi. This is what Vansi's saying. Univest Financial, including its wholly owned subsidiary, Univest Bank and Trust, has $7.6 billion in assets and $4.5 billion assets under management. That's great, Vansi. Is it? Yeah, it's a crap firm, JR. That's right. Crap firm. I mean, they have New York offices. Let's see if they state it about us. Anyway, whether it's a U.S. firm or not, they're based out of China. I think they've got investment banking, capital markets advisory, sales and trading, and wealth management. Wealth management, our priority is to help our clients achieve financial. Okay. They've got an approach. They have in-house retail distributions. In-house. This isn't Jeff Easton syndicating it. It's in-house retail distributions. This stock is going to go across their clients. Full access to deal flows in the United States and China. Awesome. There's no announcement on the website, CB. CB, let me just show you how you do this. CB, you go to the SEC website. Here, I'll show you how to do it, CB. So you start with Google. You type in Edgar Entity Landing Page. Just type in Edgar. That'll come up. It comes up to the landing page. You type company search and you put in, there it is, company search. And you type in FNGR. FNGR. There's finger. And there it is. Form S3. And I was trying to read it to you. A lot of people panicked, but anyway, so I didn't get to read it all. But it says, Finger Motion may offer and sell from time to time up to 300 million aggregate offering price of our common shares. I read that to you. We may sell the securities on a continuous or delayed basis or through underwriters. I read that to you before everyone panicked. The common shares are traded on the NASDAQ as of September 6, $6 per share. But it doesn't say they're selling the stock at $6. Although there's a chart in the second entry that has that, which is not relevant to what they're going to be raising money in the public. Okay, listing measures they go through. Cash. I read all this to you. The whole Foreign Companies Act. This is part of a registration statement, Form S3, utilizing a shelf registration process, which we discussed before everyone panicked and, oh, you better talk to Avid, you better talk to Busy, you better talk to... Look, I don't have a direct line of communication to the whale that Avid talks to. So I'm so glad that Avid came on. Shelf registration process. Under this shelf registration process, we may sell any combination of the securities described in one or more offerings. So it doesn't say they're going to do it all at once. Up to a total amount of $300 million. This is huge. General description. There could be over allotments. Each time we sell securities under this prospectus, we will provide a prospectus supplement, which is what that smaller one might have been. but I didn't get a chance to check that before the phone rang. I read all this. This prospectus may not be used to consummate a sale of securities unless it is accompanied by a prospectus supplement. Okay. They talk about their company, which I read to you. And I read the corporate information. The VIE, I read, which are some of the agreements. Jiju Technology Loan, Jiju Power of Attorney. Anyway, you can look those up if they interest you. And then Beijing Technology, China Unicom Cooperation Agreement, which is huge. Tenglian Technology, Jiju Information Communication Technology Co. Anyway. We may sell the securities on a continuous or delayed basis to or through underwriters, dealers, or agents. And then there are warrants. We may offer warrants. So if that's on Twitter, who cares? Fairly standard. We may offer units. So what? That's all normal stuff. Very normal. In fact, it's great. Following risks. And that's where we got bogged down. The risks go on and on. Normal in a prospectus. It's just standard. But it goes on for like 15 pages on my phone. I don't know if it's smaller elsewhere. But these would be in any technology company that you would invest in, these same risks. There's cautionary note about forward-looking statements. Use of proceeds. All right, let's see what this is. This is what, by the way, when shorts sell stock that are not registered and there's no use of proceeds, they're breaking the law. Not here, though. This is quite kosher. We are authorized to issue 200 million common shares and 1 million preferred shares. But that's just standard boilerplate. And they have description of the warrants and of the units, and that's all standard. They have subscription rights, escrow, rescission, global securities, modification, units. This is all just a shelf registration. Plan of distribution, underwriters. If underwriters are used in this sale, the securities will be acquired by the underwriters for their own account and may be resold from time to time in one or more transactions, including negotiated transactions at a fixed public offering price or at varying offering prices determined at time of sale. which to us is the important thing, is they'd offer it at higher prices because we're not part of the offering process. So if underwriters are used in the sale, the securities will be acquired by the underwriters for their own account and may be resold. If dealers are used, we will sell such securities to the dealers as principals. If agents are used, the securities may be sold through agents designated by our company. Direct sales. Securities may also be sold directly by our company. Make sense? Okay. So let's get down to where I was before the phone rang. Okay. This is the $300 million shares, warrants, rights prospectus. This is the shelf registration. And then, this is a red herring. The information in this prospectus is not complete and may be changed. Finger motion, up to $25 million worth of shares of common stock. Finger motion has entered into an at-the-market issuance sales agreement with Univest Securities, LLC, the sales agent, relating to shares of our common stock offered by this prospectus. In accordance with the terms of the sales agreement, we may offer and sell shares of our common stock having an aggregate offering price up to $25 million from time to time through the sales agent. Our shares of common stock are traded on the NASDAQ. Sales of our common stock, if any, under this prospectus may be made in sales deemed to be quote unquote at the market equity offerings as defined in Rule 415 under the Securities Act of 1933. They follow the Securities Act, the short sellers don't. The sales agent will be entitled to a placement fee of 2.25% of the gross sales price of shares sold. Okay, this prospectus is part of a registration statement on the Form S-3, which we filed with the SEC Securities Exchange Commission, utilizing a shelf rate. So this is, I think this is a $25 million raise. So this, utilizing a shelf registration process. Under this shelf registration process, we may from time to time offer, sell, and issue any of the securities or any combination of the securities described in this prospectus in one or more offerings up to a total aggregate offering price of $300 million. The $25 million worth of shares of common stock which may be offered, issued, and sold under this prospectus. The $25 million under this prospectus is included in the $300 million. So this is a second prospectus of securities which may be offered. We in the finger motion and the sales agent have not authorized anyone to provide information. We are offering to sell and seeking offers to buy shares of our common stock. We are a holding company in Delaware, not a Chinese operating company. And it runs through the things we read before, the VIEs. Prospectus summary. We operate in the following lines of business: telecommunications products and services, value-added products and services, short messaging services and multimedia messaging services, rich communication services platform, big data insights, and an inactive video game division. The offering. The following is a brief summary of certain terms of this offering and is not intended to be complete. It does not contain all of the information which will be important to a holder of our securities. For a more complete description of our securities, see description of our securities. The offering. Shares of our common stock having an aggregate offering price up to $25 million. Common stock to be outstanding after this offering. Up to 56,621,118 shares. Up to. Assuming sales of 4,166,666 shares. Assuming, that's not locked and sold in stone. Of our common stock in this offering at an offering price of $6 a share. This rang alarm bells. Everyone started calling me. But this is what it says. Shares of our common stock having an aggregate, the offering is shares of our common stock having an aggregate offering price of $25 million up to $56.6 million, assuming sales of 4.1 million shares at an offering price of $6 a share. It says it right here, which was the last reported sale of our common stock on September 6. The actual number of shares issued will vary depending on the sales price under this offering. So, everyone, alarm bells, they don't allow this to get finished. The key is that they're using the $6 because that's the date of September 6th. That's the closing price. It doesn't say. Anyway, it's the September 6th. But the actual number of shares will be probably less than this, right? Because 4,166,666 times 6 equals 25 million. But the last sentence says the actual number of shares issued will vary depending on the sales price under this offering. And I would presume that if the market price is higher than 6, the sales price is going to be higher than 6. Manner of offering. At the market offering. At the market offering. At the market offering. So here it says the actual number of shares issued will vary depending on the sales price under this offering. So they started to show the SEC that using the price, the past price of $6, how many shares might be sold. But then they say it's an at-the-market offering, which may be made from time to time through the sales agent. Well, if the stock price is 7 or 10 or 25 or 50 or 150, as Ham pointed out, maybe they only sell, if it's 150, maybe they only sell 1 million shares or 2 million shares. So, use of proceeds. We intend to use the net proceeds from this offering for general corporate and working capital purposes. The number of shares of common stock shown above to be outstanding after this offering is based on 52,454,452 shares outstanding as of September 6th. See? Right here. They have 52 million outstanding right now. And then they talk about some options and reserved. So then they go through risks again, which is where I was when the cacophony of phone calls and text messages and bells ringing. The bells. I just want to go through this before the call because I think this is just such great news to have Univest and the way I read this is the most, and this goes to, I think it was Sharon's question, the most under this 25 million subset of offering, the highest number of shares they would issue is 4.1 million. It could be a lot less. All right, so they have all the, okay. And this is the table I was reading before we got interrupted. And I'll just read that. After giving effect to the sale of our shares of common stock in an amount equal to 25 million, and after deducting commissions to the sales agent and estimated offering expenses payable by us, our adjusted net tangible book value as of May 31, 2023 would have been $38 million, and then they calculate it out it's a low number, but that's normal. These amounts, which give effect to the receipt of the net proceeds from the offering and the issuance of additional shares, but does not take into consideration other changes in our net tangible book value since then. So they describe, it's all typical in a technology company. It's all very typical language. You're over, based on cost accounting, and I'm not an accountant, your book value is actually lower than what you're paying on the offering, but it's all very normal. The following table illustrates the dilution. Assumed public offering price of $6. So you get an increase in the tangible book value, but then there's a dilution in the book value per share. But this doesn't say what you're doing with the money, how the revenue's growing, all the metrics that one would use. Okay, here's the key word that I didn't get to read out before panic set in and alarm bells went out through Christendom and finger motion dumb. The table above assumes for illustrative purposes, that an aggregate of 4.166 million shares of common stock are sold during the term of the sales agreement with the sales agent at a price of $6 a share. It's an illustration. So this is going to go through the sales agent, Univest. So this price already would probably be $7 if they did it tomorrow. But assuming the stock goes to 150 or 300, you might not sell 4,166,000,000 shares. So the bells are going to start ringing. So they're using the last reported price on September 6th. So it's the end of the day. And then it goes on to say, an increase of $1 per share in the price at which the shares are sold from the assumed offering price of $6 per share, reflected in the table above, would increase our adjusted net tangible book value per share after the offering to a higher number. So they've built into this document, I'll show it to you right here. They've built in calculations. This $6 number is meant as an illustration, and then they build in what higher prices will do per dollar per share higher. This is all full disclosure required by the SEC to issuers. If you are a seller of shares that do not exist from Germany or Canada, the SEC doesn't require that you follow the laws. Go ahead and do it all you want. But guess what? Univest and Finger Motion is about to catch you out. Okay, so now it's talking about U.S. citizens, foreign citizens, taxes. The plan of distribution. We have entered into the sales agreement with Univest Securities LLC, under which we may issue and sell from time to time shares of our common stock having an aggregate offering price of not more than 25 million. So their initial tranche won't be more than 25 million through the sales agent. Sales of the common stock, if any, will be made by any method permitted by law deemed to be at the market offering, as defined by Rule 415 under the Securities Act. Remember, if you're a public company, you have to follow the Securities Acts, but the SEC doesn't care if you are a naked short seller. You don't have to follow it. At least if you follow their actions. If we and the sales agent agree on any method of distribution other than the sale of our shares of common stock into the NASDAQ or another existing trading market, we will file a further prospectus supplement. This is the first prospectus supplement. That's what I was trying to find out. This is the first prospectus supplement. So what you have here is they are already ready to take advantage of selling $25 million worth of stock, I presume at much higher prices, into the market of a short squeeze. That's how I read it. Here it is. Here it is. And, you know, I appreciate that Zach called up to give me time to read this before I got to reading it. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, the sales agent will offer our common stock at prevailing market prices. The sales agent will offer our common stock at prevailing market prices. Prevailing market prices. Let me take a picture and circle that. I don't know what it was that panicked everybody, but here it is. The sales agent will offer our common stock at prevailing market prices. At prevailing market prices. Could it be any clearer? It's going to, it may not. Imagine if they sold the shares, the $25 million worth of stock at $250 a share, 1 million shares. It would not only be not dilutive, it would be anti-dilutive. It would be accretive. It would add to the net asset value of the shares. I mean, I'm going to send this so Ham can see it because I don't think he's going to read the whole document. So, the sales agent will offer our common stock at prevailing market prices, subject to the terms and conditions of the sales agreement as agreed upon by us and the sales agent. We will designate the number of shares which we desire to sell, the time period during which the sales are requested to be made, any limitation on the number of shares that may be sold on one day, and any minimum price below which sales may not be made. This is beautiful. This is the exact opposite of the toxic arrangements that Jeff Easton and Philip Valier and John Hancock got finger motion into. This is amazing. Settlement for the sales of common stock will occur on the second business day. They get the money right away. Or shorter. Sales of our common stock as contemplated in this prospectus will be settled through the facilities of the Depository Trust Corporation Company. We will pay the sales agent in cash our shares upon sale of our shares of common stock, commission equal to 2.25% of the gross proceeds. Because there is no minimum offering amount required, the actual total public offering amount are not determinable at this time. And then they have $125,000 for legal fees. Anyway, we don't have to read all that. It's all standard. Then there's legal matters. Martin Shen. They paid $33,000 to the SEC for a registration fee. When the criminals sell stock that doesn't exist, they don't have to pay the registration fee to the SEC. There's accounting fees, legal fees, transfer agent fees, miscellaneous. It cost $156,000 to arrange for this. When you're a criminal, you don't have to pay that kind of cost. There's a legal opinion of Richards, Layton, and Finger. Isn't that funny? Their legal team has a lawyer named Finger. And then the undertakings. I think we're almost done. Martin Shen signed it. And some other officers. And it's done. And then I could read again some of the agreements, but I'll skip that. You get the point. This is going to be, these are shares that are going to be sold at the market price to be determined, basically. And the 25 million is the step they need to inform the SEC, so it activates the 300 million filing. So it's all good. It's really good for us. Finger Motion could have 25 million in the bank. They could have a high share price and a lot of happy shareholders. Yes, CB, you got it. Okay, after hours is 111,000. So it's 707 to 710. All right, let's read Hawkeye's comment, just because this is the stuff in the middle of the night you're going to question yourself. And I don't know how Hawkeye can live with himself, but whatever. They are raising money at market prices. Big deal. No, it's a huge deal, Hawkeye. If the price of the stock is, let's just pick a number, $50. Your short friends are going to be in a lot of trouble, Hawkeye. That'll be a big deal. They can raise money at any price above $6. They are giving the shorts a way to cover at $6 by providing the liquidity. Do you think Univest is going to raise money through the shorts like the Lynn Partners does, or Yorkville Advisors does, or Power Up Lending does? Hawkeye, really? Have you thought that through? Do you think Univest, who has 1,500 or 2,000 or more high net worth investors in their wealth management department, are going to give the opportunity of turning, let's say, $50 into $500? Or let's say I don't know what the price will be. Are they going to just give that away to the shorts because the shorts are such good people? Hawkeye, I think you are delusional. There's a word for it, delusional. It is a huge deal. And Univest is going to raise money from real people, not shorts, like the great pretender Jeff Easton. No, I said it ain't good for logic, Roger. For logic. Yes, Roger, I can see that people might have misunderstood. But I was saying that for the toxic note in logic, not for Finger. I didn't say it wasn't good. Well, I mean, I don't remember saying it wasn't good. Let me put it that way. Hawkeye. Univest has a contractual responsibility as part of a syndicate to raise the money. Where are you coming on as part of the syndicate? Univest is the sales agent. We just read that. What syndicate? There's no syndicate. I mean, they may. Why would they bring in? I don't see other names on the prospectus. Maybe they do it as a favor and they bring in a couple of other investment banks, but I don't see any evidence that they need to do so. Univest is acting as an investment bank, not a hedge fund. And your point is? Yeah, I'm going to stay on for the ham call. But who was that said in fail? Hey, Skinny Whale. Somebody said in fairness, I said it wasn't good. What I'm worried about, and I knew I shouldn't have answered the question on logic. I tried to get away from it, and then it kept coming up. I don't like avoiding questions. I want to make it clear to everybody. Brent's son introduced Univest to Martin Shen. So we owe a great deal, if this all works out, of gratitude to Brent's son, CEO of Logic. But it was what I recall that I was concerned about, and I remain concerned about, is it looks like a toxic convertible note that Logic, the shell, signed. I don't think it's a big deal to the Aubry SPAC. I really don't. And it may not be a big deal to the shell because Brent is fighting the shorts. So there may be, I just read it on my phone. There may be something that I've got to get explained to me. And I admitted that. But I didn't say, absolutely not, did I say anything? And you're right. Maybe someone heard that about Finger. So I apologize for that confusion. But just to be clear, from the beginning, I didn't need clarification from Avid or others that called me. But I appreciate clarification from Avid, and I truly appreciate Avid's input to you directly. I think that was terrific. I appreciate the phone calls from some other people that called me. But this news of Univest coming on is excellent. I don't have a vocabulary to describe it. This is, Babe Ruth stepping to bat. This is the Tsar Obama. This is the mother of all ham short killer news that you could ever have. Borders tweeted his. Well, I appreciate Borders' information, but my opinion, and I'll stick by it, I think this stock is going to go to $90 on this news, and it could go $1,500, $2,000. Ham is going to be on fire. It's like Djokovic winning number 5. Yes, Shohei Ohtani coming up late. FOMO's going to kick in hard. But what's going to kick in hard, and I appreciate all of you letting me read that so we could find the wording which acknowledges that this will be sold at market prices, which means higher. But what more than FOMO, I agree with you about FOMO. I agree about that. But there is going to be a serious talk at the investment banks who are prime brokerage banks for this that have short positions, the prime brokers. They're not going to be able to cover this. And Hawkeye is, because he's pointing out how his operatives work. And I've warned you of this in other situations. For example, it's the only one I can think of right now. I'm not trying to pick on him. But COSM raised money. They went through a front that went right to the shorts. There was no short squeeze. They killed the short squeeze. and the stock went down. Everybody lost money. That front, I forget the name of it, was just a front for the shorts. That's what Hawkeye's talking about, because that's what Hawkeye does, and he lives with himself. And I'm sure he'll come on and say, oh, I sleep really well. But Univest isn't going to do this. Univest is not a flow-through to the criminality on Wall Street. Univest is a short buster. Who are you going to call? Short busters. X Matter, thanks for trying to clarify this S3. Well, I was trying to. I think everyone was panicking that I was saying that they were going to raise money at $6. I was just reading the document as it came to us. My understanding, now that it's out, my understanding is that they desire, and I don't, I've heard different numbers from so many different places. I'm not going to tell you where I heard it, and I'm not going to say that each of these numbers is correct. I'm just going to tell you, I've heard they want to raise money at $30 a share. I've heard they want to raise money at $50 a share. I've heard they want to raise money at $80. Those are the three numbers that are in my head about where Finger's going to raise money. I had no intention, zero intention of implying they're going to raise money at $6. I did wonder if maybe there was a deal with Univest where Univest got some stock inexpensively, but there isn't. That's good news. That's good news. But when they go out to raise money, I think it's going to be at big numbers. And Hawkeye is, it doesn't bother him, the business he's in, but his friends are going to have huge losses. Of course, they'll walk away from their LLCs. Gary Gensler loves that. Doesn't bother him. That's a cost of business. But they're going to put a lot of devastation on the prime brokers. Let's just look at it. Avid would be better at the arithmetic, but if they have 170 million shares to cover, and I don't know what, this is where Avid would be good. How much do you think they can cover before it gets to, let's say, $80 a share? Let's say they cover 20 million by the time it gets to $80 a share. That leaves 150 million. And let's say the money's raised at 1 million shares at $300 a share. So you're going to have 150 million potentially with a 300. Let me just use a calculator. If I'm right, it's a $4.5 billion loss. Let me do it again on a different calculator so I can tell you. So it's 150 million shares. I'm assuming, for sake of this argument, I already took off 20 million at lower prices. I'm assuming they can't cover below 300. Or let's say it a different way. They cover at an average price of $300 a share. It's $45 billion losses. That's what Hawkeye and his friends are going to cost the system. And I think the SEC is going to cost the system by its ineptness or its disinterest. All right, so CB has MMAT on his mind. CB, I like MMAT, but I'm not gonna I'm not going to go off into that discussion. I think to the point, the guy that tried, I think impolitely, his name was Ahmed at the market or something. I wrote his name down. Getting upset that I was talking about logic. All along, I've been trying to tell people for weeks now, that the market is pointing out that Finger is the stock, not these other stocks. And unfortunately, in terms of logic, which I think is a great story, I refuse to believe that that document is what it looks like, but I'll find out. But some of these other stories have a similar time frame, like GTII probably will start to move. But what does Skinny Whale say? Can Finger force Lynn to cover their naked shorts in lieu of pressing? Well, Skinny, Mark Bazile represented VNEU or VNUE. Anyway, VNU. And he represented HPIL. And in both cases, the companies went after the short sellers. And Mark won. They settled, just like you just said. They settled. They gave up the short sellers gave up their warrants. And I'm sure what happens is these short sellers, the Kramers, are just fronts for these big criminals, and they get a bounty and they get a piece of the action maybe. But anyway, he settled with the Kramers, and guess what happened? The company's stock just goes to seller boxed because they got off scot-free, and it pisses me off. I asked Mark about it, and his answer was, look, I can't always control what the client does. Mark knows what goes on, and he wants to go after it. But at the end of the day, the CEO makes the decision, let's just settle up. Because CEO has no capability of understanding just how relentless and evil these criminals are. And in my opinion, it's allowed to go on. People say it's because it's gotten too big to fix. I think it's allowed to go on because it helps the big hedge funds and the big prime brokers. It's a lot of revenue. But to answer your question, no. The Lynn partners are gone. They're gone. And I think the Lynn partners going to Hawkeye, showing his stripes, the Jeff Easton at the Lynn Partners said, we're not shorting. We syndicated that deal to 4 clients. And one of them's the short seller. That's what he apparently said. I got that third hand. Well, Hawkeye would have you believe that Univest is going to come, sign a deal like Yorkville. I'm not going to say, other of these companies, sign a deal and then just be a flow through to the shorts and bail the shorts out. Univest isn't going to do that. And more than that, Univest, I think, sees an opportunity to cause this to happen. Let me see if I can print out a couple more of these charts. Whoever that was, I see your point. If someone tuned in, they would wonder why I'm talking about logic. So you have a good point. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Because I certainly wasn't going to leave it at that. Well, let's get a bigger chart. Okay, I'll print that one. I'm going to print that one. Where do I print it? There it is. Print. Yes, I am doing the ham call at 7:30. I mean, as long as you think I can handle it. All right, let's. Okay, so this I got to go back, and then I got to do GDC. Oh, shoot. Your mama. Sorry, I forgot everybody else is on the call. Hang on one second. All right, so I'm going to go get those two charts, and we'll have the call at 7:30. I'm not going to go anyway. I'm just going to go get the two charts, probably grab a water, maybe a little coffee, and I'll be right back. So talk amongst yourselves and consider this. The shorts are down $1 billion in finger. $1 billion. And hey, Skinny Whale, someday, I don't know if you're interested, I think you would be great to have a conversation with, because I like how you think about finance. You study it well, and your questions are great. I can give you some food too. Let me open it. Oh. I'll give you some food. You hang on. Oh, you hang on. No, you're all over the place. You're all over the place. You are all over the place. All right. I fed my dog. I got some fruit. And we'll get to work. These are the two stocks that Avid Trader told me about, and you. This is GDC. This is one of the ones which Univest funded. Do you think, Hawkeye, that your shorts are going to be able to deal with that? Here's HUDI. I don't think Hawkeye's friends are going to be in good shape. Let's make sure everything's plugged in. We have enough juice. You guys can hear me. Let me see what questions you're asking. Finger just broke through the high of the day. I missed it. It's 7:08 now, but the ask is 713. How many shares? See, that's what I can't tell. I show the volume going up, but I can't tell. Is it over 100,000 in the aftermarket? I can't tell. All right, let me see if there's any questions. When Univest comes to town, shorts run for cover. I agree with that, Roger. CB, exactly. Hawkeye, I think the point is Univest is, if it becomes involved, it brings legitimacy to the stock. I agree with that. It's very much better. More, I do want to take him for a walk, but if I do that, we can't have ham. So he can go outside. Well, the logic news is or isn't unsettling. Let's not talk about it, but I don't want to avoid questions either. The way my initial read is, it's all good on the Aubry SPAC side. I wonder about the shell. But I really don't think Brent would do something which would put everything at risk. So my guess is I don't have the full set of information. But I hate seeing VWAP. I will admit to you, I hate VWAP. I hate it. But let's not talk about it. Let's just focus on Finger. And by the way, GTII was up 25%. I'm sure that Ham will talk about GTII as well. I think the shorts, I put it on a Twitter, I think the shorts are down close to $1 billion. And as Everett Dirksen said, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, it starts to add up to real money. This news on Univest is so big, it's so good, that I think each of you, if you own Finger, you should be ecstatic. But if you own GTII, you should be really excited as well. You should be really excited. There's your 713. And guess what time it is? 7:13. So who's this? 9, God, my eyesight, 9T3. You're 93? I am very hoping for this news and some more upside to take place for the rest of the week. I think it will. They will not win. I agree both. Big Ray, I own both. Ramiro, I'm super excited. What price does the margin call happen? I'm surprised. Well, okay. I bet margin calls have already happened, but they're in the friendly stage, where it's a house call. I think the question you're really asking is, when does the buy-in occur? I would say any time. All right, hang. No, I guess he didn't. I guess he didn't mean to call me. Somebody was calling in. Um, uh, FOMO's coming. I agree, Stony. I would love it if each of you made a lot of money over the next week or 3 weeks, however long it takes. But when you look at these charts, it doesn't take very long, does it? Sorry, I'm eating. Um, it's been a nerve-shattering experience for me, sir. When does the aftermarket close? 8 o'clock? So we got, while Ham's on the call, we'll see what happens in the aftermarket. We have to protect the public. Constable C and I, we have to protect the public. Constable C ate one of these. Are we to believe that Crunchy Frog is a real live dead frog with the bones in it? Yes. It wouldn't be crunchy then, would it? Have I designed my studio? I'd like to get you got a good memory. I haven't, but I have some ideas and I have some places in mind. Like Italy, Puerto Rico, Abu Dhabi. Thank you, M. Casey. We should make a little pool here. If it's open till 8 o'clock, I'll pick $8. And the rest of you can chime in. But I'll pick 8 along with... Oh, wait a minute. Then 1% picked 8. So I'll pick... I have a chart here. I'll pick 825. Yeah, humor. That's all I got left is humor. Okay, 724. We each have to remember our number. I'll show you my number right there. 825. 825. Did I tell you yesterday? I predicted Djokovic in 3, by the way. Not only did I get it right about Medvedev beating Alcaraz and playing Djokovic in the final, I called it in 3 sets too. I didn't make any money. I remember Richie Rich. I used to like Richie Rich. And I used to wonder, how could women ever be that big, and the men, in the drawings? And then I got older and I realized there are people that big. All right, we're writing down all our numbers. Felix Alderete is putting down 761. Abu Razik. Abdul Razik, I'll meet you wherever you are, and I look forward to it. Um, uh, I like Chicago. I'd come up to Chicago. Question: Finger management buying or selling the company's shares recently? I have no idea. You're gonna say they've been selling because you want to cause some trouble. Well, I do know that Finger had a number of private placements over the time while it was dealing with pimps like Jeff Easton, in my judgment. But, and there may be some selling that shows up that they're insiders. I don't know. I haven't looked. I think it's completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. When you're working at a company, maybe you're not collecting salary, or maybe you have, or maybe you've tried to help out a friend with an investment and you sell it. That has nothing to do, nothing, with 170 million shares short. Now you could argue, okay, it's not 170 million. Let's just, for sake of argument, just pick how many shares went short over the last 2 or 3 months. I'll pick. I'll say that number's 20 to 40 million. Let's just pick 30 million. Imagine if they have to cover 30 million shares and the selling stops. Just imagine that. Tomorrow, everybody's putting their numbers up. All right, it's all on record now. It's all on record. $7.80. I know it's 8 minutes. I know it's 8 minutes. He keeps bugging me. Why is he bugging me? What is it? What's the prize? The prize is what's the prize? It's a good question. We could have you come on a call. You could interview Avid. I have to think about the prize. I don't know what the prize. It's $7.20. The prize is your account tomorrow morning or Friday. Well, it's interesting. I have another chart somewhere. I can't find it, but what I recall is around 7:15 to 7:25, somewhere in there, is a breakout point. If I eat this, it's going to make noise. I think Red Hook, Texas, might be onto something. Well, GQ Venu, I just brought that up with Ham for myself. You know what he said? We get rich on the third stock. Jumper warning. Ah, Jason, keep in mind this stock doesn't open for trading at 4 a.m. like most, so not enough time to get a huge pump and dump before 9:30. That's very interesting. All right, 7:23. I'm not going to be able to see everything. Skinny Whale said to watch 15 minutes before the close. Carnegie's painter. I sold that crap RNVA today and went to 2. Going to put it in finger. That's great. Well, we're going to, I think finger, I'm sorry I'm eating. Let me put it this way. I think we'll be lucky if finger pulls back in the morning or... Jeff says 10. $7.30. Who's this? Nine-tailed fox. William, I'm starting to feel like they're going to push this to 10 tomorrow. Could happen. Christopher Dollar, did MMT just do the same thing as Finger but with a different firm? Lincoln Park Capital sounds like a front, but I'll look into it. I don't want to. I like MM. It might be true. It might be true they did, but I want to focus on Finger. Well, 400 shares of Finger. 400 shares of Finger. I don't know your other situation, so I can't give personal advice. But you have other stocks, I'm sure. So if I had Finger, I don't think, and I had 400 shares, I don't think I'd sell a share before $50. And I might go for it. I might try to sell it at $100 a share. Is 400 times 100 40 grand? Let me see. I'm so bad. Yeah, 40 grand. That would put a... All right, I got to call in. Face turquoise. I don't know what that means. All right, Darren says 8:05. All right, I'm calling in.
All right, you ready, Bill?
You've got your audience and everyone's ready.
Let's go.
Everyone's ready.
Okay, everybody. Again, this is not to buy or sell. I am at a friend's house to see the football game tonight at a party, and in New Jersey, the naked short gods are miserable because it's lightning and thundering and pouring raining here. So I won't stay too long. Some news dropped after the close that the company filed an S3. So for everyone that's on the call, this is unbelievable news that the company has a new banker, and it's called Univest. And I did not see Avid's video yet. I'll get a chance to watch it later. but they are a powerhouse in wiping out short sellers, or wiping them out, wiping them clean, wiping the street with them. This is what they do. What you see in the S3 is something that GameStop, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, none of them did before the squeeze. They all raised money in the middle. They had a file and let everybody know they're raising money. The shorts attacked it down. This is all done before. Okay? So this is all preparing for the future. You know, from what I gather, selling 1 million shares at 50, at 100, 150, 200, that is a power move where the company gets fully funded as the stock goes higher, not doing a shitty deal like Wainwright and all these other Webbush, all these other scumbags do, where they try to do them in the hole and try to, grab stock with warrants all for themselves. This is a power move, and they're telling you which way they're going with the stock. So again, that's what I see. Again, I'm not Univest, but they are well known on Wall Street as a short killer. Do your own little legwork. There's plenty of examples of what they've done, and they wiped out the shorts. So we should all be, I'm thrilled about it. I hope everyone else is.
750.
Is it really?
Yep, 750. I don't know the volume, but it's 750.
It doesn't make a difference. These guys are monsters. From what I hear, they have $100 billion behind them, and they wipe out the shorts. Just go look at TOP. That was one I just happened to look at. It went from 7 to 270. Think about what we have teed up here. We have Lynn Partners short, all underwater already. They're almost down $1 billion from $2 already. All right? If it started at 1, it'd be a different story. We're at 750 and they haven't bought back a share yet. Very different, very powerful move. This is what I said. It's a life-changing situation, and it just got stronger. You wanted whales, here they are. So New York City whales will follow these guys and start to front run them. All right, that's how the game is played. I told you this looked like a bear trap many times where the shorts came in and knocked it down and people were sucking it up. Again, good luck, Lynn. See you in the afterlife. Travel well, as they say. Just give me 2 more things I wanted to let you. I told you about GameStop, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond. They all filed to sell when these things were in motion. Doing it before, you can sell at your leisure when you want to raise money. They can sell 100 shares a day. You don't even know about it. There's none of this where the stock's going to open up. They're going to do it at $3 in warrants. None of that nonsense of Wall Street trash. All right?
Exactly.
These are powerful players that know the game, and they destroy shorts.
Exactly.
Okay? I hope it happens tomorrow for you guys. I hope it happens immediately. And for those that are tiptoeing in GTII, you sneaky bastards, I knew you were going to do it. But anyway, that's how I feel about that. GTII, again, was it up 20% today? What was it up, 20%?
Yeah, you told me it was up. I didn't look. Up 25 is what you told me.
I thought I didn't know. So I thought it was up 25%. Think about that. And they sold 70%. I'm not making up the numbers. It's posted straight from FINRA. Out of 1 million shares, they sold 70%, or whatever the number was. They're laying into it. It's just like the guy Lynn did at Univest. I mean, Lynn did it, and Finger. The same pattern. They're idiots. I keep trying to tell you that. The SEC, we should be throwing a party for them for allowing this to happen, because now we have power people behind us willing to help us carry these clowns out. And once they come from here, you know where we're going with our money into GTII. All right, so I wanted to make it short and sweet before the football game, and I'm super excited. I'm not as excited as Abbott. He's always super excited. Give him a view on his videos. He works hard at putting these together. I don't know how he does it, but he does a great job. Yeah.
He came on the call with me just a while ago, and he did a great job. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, he's done a great job. Again, This is exciting news. You wanted whales. We got a whale with a group of people that have $100 billion behind it. You heard what I said. I'll say it one day. I'll say it to you in Chinese. $100 billion worth of money behind it, and they love to help out.
Well, Ham, if there's 170 million to cover, it seems like there might be 50 billion in losses on the other side.
This is gonna be life-changing. Like I said, if you're nervous, please move to the sideline. I'm sorry about it. It's a big boy game. And you know what? We try to give you play-by-play. You don't get play-by-play like this in any stock. We study it 24/7. And, again, we follow this stuff every tick. I have 100 people following it now, 100 professionals. A friend of mine called up. He passed this information to Kathy Woods. He passed it to everyone's passing it to funds. Everyone. We have real professional people here that smell blood in the water. So for Lynn, don't walk past their building. Look for the jumpers. Look for that guy in Australia. He's going to go from the 1.9 billion to he's going to be washing cars soon with Charlie Mayo, the other idiot. All right, these guys have been looting long enough. The game is over. We break over that hill. Remember that hill, Little Round Top. Okay, the biggest battle in the Civil War. That little battle up the hill. Once we get behind it, we're behind the short sellers. Then, okay, they're looking the other way. We'll be behind them. Remember that. All right. Anything quick, Bill? I want to get back to the party. I have a football party here, and I'm at someone's house.
I'll ask a question. What do you think happens with, say, the margin clerk or higher ups when they look at their exposure on the short side and they see Univest on the other side, or do they even notice it? I mean,
they don't. Listen, I'm not a short seller. I don't have the stomach for it because I always knew the upside is unlimited. All right. So,
right.
I used to take my chances shorting, and, I used to cover quickly, at the point, I could care less. That's how you have to have the people in the back office who are lending the money or protecting these guys. They've seen these battles before, right? And they always win.
Right.
But now it's becoming where this is super deadly. They can see that the Lynn Partners is driving a car with no more steering wheel, so they're out of control. So they're going to get the hook soon because up a dollar. I say 170. Just make it 70 million. Take away 100 million. Take away 100 million, and they're losing $70 million a dollar. And the stock is 7. They're down 5 already. And, if they're $500 million, or if with the 170, they're down $1 billion already. This is going to, just remember, when the stock explodes, let's keep an eye on Jeffries. All right?
Right.
Jeffries, Credit Suisse went belly up a few months later, okay? It doesn't happen overnight. So, if Jeffries is their prime, let's look out, for, we'll pick a month and just start watching it. But that's how you're trained on Wall Street. Something happens here, it's going to affect somewhere else. So this is how you make the next big trade. All right, so pay attention to it. If Apple has the new iPhone, Nokia's doesn't have it, or BlackBerry went away. That's how these things work. All right, so if you're smart enough to stay ahead of it, you can make a couple of trades out of this thing. Besides the GTII, all right? The GTII, those sneaky friends that I know sneaking in there, again, listen, when you have big money, you can throw it around, all right? So it's a different game. But they know there's 450 million shares short. We know it, and you can see it yourself. And today they did another 70% or another whatever the number was. I just saw I saw Dozer file it, put it on there. What was the volume on it? I don't even know.
I didn't look. I can look right now. It's just hard to, I'm using the phone. It closed at 83 cents. Volume was 1.53 million.
1.5, so 70%, you're talking almost $1.1 million, something like that.
25% up. Yeah.
So again, these guys are pressing their bet at the lows again. They don't want it to get away. And they're doing the same pattern as Lynn, but they're trying to hold it down. And for those who think you can scoop it up, God bless you. Okay, again, I'd rather pay 3 because I'm sticking in the stock that's, I'm loaded in the stock that's it's alive and kicking here. So again,
there's a couple of questions, a lot of questions on price. What's your feeling this week? The highs, does it take longer?
I think that everyone talks about a gamma squeeze. I think the options are going to play a lot in this run up here. I think there's buyers coming around, and I think buyers will squeeze it. And, your options, listen, the $7 calls, they didn't want them in the money. The stock's trading at $7.50. Tomorrow the stock could be $8. So they go from being out of the money into the money. Now you got the 8s to contend with. Okay, this keeps rolling up. Just remember, people, as the stock goes up, the premium comes out of the calls.
Yep.
All right, so you bought premium. So you can sit there and say, oh, my options aren't moving yet. That's what they said about the 5s, and now those 5s are going to be worth, they were 50 cents. Now they're $2.50 tomorrow if the stock opens at $7.50.
Right.
All right. So this is not NVIDIA where the stock options move, $5, $10 a day. All right. So, but this is a slow grind. I told you the slow walk is the best walk. It goes up nice and slow. It brings in other buyers. It's got the best chart pattern for those who like charts. It's just a monster in the making. It's just doing perfect.
What if the options start trading rapidly and up? Is it hard to sell them?
Put them out there.
Yeah.
You will sell them. They go through your strike price. They will take you out.
Okay.
I know people trading options all day long. They bought them at 50 cents. They sold them at 2. Dirty Mayo. I'm told he bought. He's long 1,000 of the 10s. He kept rolling them up. He listened. He understands options now. All right, so this is how it works. All right, any other questions?
I have to call him sir.
I told him. I says, God bless it. I hope it goes. Yeah, listen. I just stepped out. I'm at someone's house, and it's nasty out here.
Who's playing?
But excuse me?
Who's playing? What's the game?
The Jets and the Bills and the Hawks and the Bucks. It's a football game.
It's the New York.
No, it's not tennis.
Jets?
It's not tennis. You don't know anything about it.
I don't know.
Let's stay away from what you don't. Don't dabble into the football. You're a tennis guy, so stay in your field.
Some of these questions are all. You didn't have time to read the S3. I read it, and I was in the middle of reading it when I got a lot of interruptions. But people are wondering, how much are they raising? What price? Basically, it's a shelf registration, 300 million. But they have They went ahead and filed subset for 25 million at market price. So they don't know how many shares, up to 25 million. And if the price is $300, they'll sell 1 million shares. To get for 25 million, they'll sell.
Listen, if you don't file this stuff, and the stock goes to the moon, the company can't raise a nickel.
Exactly.
So they're telling you what's going on. All right.
And they're not. One guy said, they're just going to help the shorts out. Univest is not a flow through to the shorts. The Univest is real. This just is a game. This is a league changer. This is a massive thing.
If anyone thinks they're helping the shorts, they need to sell their stock and go back home. All right? They have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
They absolutely have no idea what you're talking about. They brought on a powerhouse. You all wanted a powerhouse. You know who should be doing this stuff? Bill Gates. You know who should be doing this? Carl Icahn. You know who should be doing this? All the billionaires that are sitting here lining their pockets. They should be helping small companies out and busting the shorts. That's what they should be doing.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what they should. Carl Icahn likes to fight the shorts. He does it for his own pocket. He should be out here fighting these small companies. Elon Musk, step up, have some balls, help the small companies out. That's what they should be doing. All right? And they should help these small cancer companies. Well, if they take stakes, Elon Musk, when his stock was 1,000, he should have give all these poor people, give them shares, and give them what's the difference?
Yeah.
He can't spend the money. Fund 50 to 100 small cap companies. Trust me, they'll stay away from it when they know Elon Musk is involved, right?
Yeah.
Again, where are you going to find a whale that's going to help you out? Well, this company just did. Do your homework. Go read up on Univest. Go look at their stocks. Go see what they've done. All right? Then come back to me and tell me which you can either get in bed with Univest or you can go get in bed with Wainwright, where they knock the stocks down, do a secondary, take warrants, and kill everybody. They don't help the companies. That's what Yorkville does. That's what Lynn Partners does. They're all scumbags.
Yep. They're liars.
This is a different game. We got these guys short. You want to exit? Exit. No one's going to be, should be crying. The stock is up to $7.50. You just told me, right?
It's 737, but it went to as high as
whatever. So the trend is your friend.
750.
The momentum is going the right way. And you know what? Good luck. If you're short, good
luck. You're like Liam Nielsen in that movie. Good luck.
Right.
What?
We have a special set of skills.
What?
Listen, these guys stay too long. They're disgusting animals. They kept pressing the bets. GTII, they're still pressing the bet. They're doing the same thing. And the only thing that's different between these two stocks and all the other ones is that the investors in those companies have no idea what they're doing. It's like a ship. Everyone's guiding a ship and no one's talking about it. We speak about it every day. From this afternoon to now. We give you our time. We tell you what we feel, what we think. You make your own decisions. You want to stay, go, do whatever the hell you want. But we didn't come here for 3 years to let these guys get away. That's how I feel.
Well, I'll ask you a question. You'll say, what a rookie question. But how long and how high does it take to cover 170 million shares?
I can't believe that someone has allowed someone to do it. And that's why I keep telling you, it's just life-changing. That's what I keep trying to tell you. Listen, I can't tell you to go buy a zillion shares of stock, bet your life, sell your kidney to do it, right?
Right.
Anything can happen at any given time. And I told everyone the story. We owned the stock one time. It was $19. The company was supposed to be rumored to be taken out on Monday at $35. And the guy was in a limousine on Friday night, was doing cocaine, and he dropped dead. What about me? I'm long to 20 calls. How do you think I felt on Monday? It was in the New York Times. I can't remember the symbol. And the stock opened at 9. Thank God I owned options. I just lost all my money in options. But think about that. Who would think that would happen? The corporate raider dropped dead in his limousine.
Oh,
all right, so anything can happen at any time. Listen, I'm excited. We have a whale, a big monster behind us, and they have big friends. And the street knows that these guys are short killers. That's all you need to know. You make your own decisions. Get out, buy more, do whatever the hell you want. If you want, go ask Dirty Mayo. He's been buying calls. He's built his position that he owns 1,000 of the $10 calls. All right? He bought the 5s, he bought the 6s, he rolled up, he sold the 5s, he sold the 6s, and he's traded himself into a free position of 1,000 calls. That's a smart-ass option trade. All right? And remember, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, they announce money raises after the stock's already run. This one, if the stock's 100, they could sell 1 million shares. Bang! They could sell 1 million shares at 150, sell 1 million shares at 200. Now you're looking at a company that's got $300-400 million in the bank. Who wants to play the game against them then? fully funded, no stopping, no hedge funds involved. See you later. That's it. The higher it goes, the less shares they have to sell. They make more money. Correct?
Yeah.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite of all the fraud on Wall Street. It's the opposite way. All right, everybody.
So-
I'm going to go watch the football game. And
Does Dirty
I'm
Mayo take phone calls?
not anymore. After He'll be clean Mayo. We'll clean him up after he sells his calls. You know, he'll make millions of dollars if this thing explodes. He's positioned himself perfectly. And I have to say, I don't know who taught him, but he's positioned perfectly for a home run
I know
swing.
who taught him.
And you can change his life. All right? That's what this is about, changing people's lives. I don't want to see anybody drive a truck. I remember the military guy, Tom, who's in a wheelchair. Tom, we're still here. Anything you need us to do, we're glad to help you out. This is what it's about. Not scumbags and 5 people going out to have a steak dinner laughing like who the hell they are. Get out of here with these guys.
Exactly.
Enough of that. They think they're God's gift to the planet. They can make it short and steal our money. It ain't happening. Payback's a bitch. I told you that many times. All right?
All right. You did a great job.
All right. Have a good night. I'm going to watch the game. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Let's see. The stock is 739. Who's closest? We got 9 minutes to see where it closes. We got 9 minutes to see where it closes. Oh, what a night. Da, 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 da. Someone's saying, best ham call ever. Go Jets. Do I see finger price going higher with Univest? Yeah. Yeah. But I always saw it as going pretty high, I have to admit. I always thought it would go high. You know? How long will the squeeze last? Well, it's a little hard to guess, but let me show you. Let me show you the 3 of the names. 2 I just got from Avid. Here's GDC. That's a Univest stock. And, you know, you're just walking along, ho-hum, and then whew, Univest got involved. That was, let me put on my glasses. I hate that my eyesight is failing me. But that looks like it was 1, 2, possibly 3 days. That looks like 2 or 3 days, that move in GDC. Here's one. Who do you think Hoodie? I'm not sure which one of these moves is the one, but I think it's this. I think it might be this one here, but it might be that one. Anyway, in either event, the first one took 1, 2, 3 days, maybe 4, and the second one took 2 days. That's a Univest special. This is HKD, which I'm not sure Univest was involved with, but it was a Chinese stock. Citadel might have been part of it. It was Loop Capital, as I recall. That took, if you ignore the first little bit, that took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. And then this is TOP, which Univest did. That took 1, 2, 3. 3 days. 3 days. With a lot of volume, it looks like in the third day. It took 3 days. So if this runs, it's probably not going to take very much time. Jason, that's a good question. Interested to know in the time frame when Univest got involved with these names. It's a good question. I guess the only way we could go back, and I don't know if I have time, but I could maybe, is to look at filings with the SEC on each of these and see when. But I think we can pretty much assume, which is different, slightly different than your question, but we can assume that they've been talking to Univest prior to August 1, because that's when they pulled this S1. So, yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. Finger is trending on X. $500 in 50 minutes for Finger. Well, that was my call way back when, wasn't it? And GTII. In a spike, Vansi. In a spike. In a bunch. In a bunch. Stand and deliver. Give me your lupins. You mean the flower lupin? I happen to know that this is the Lupin Express. Oh, all right. In a bunch, in a bunch. I think in a spike, Finger could go a lot higher than $500. Now, the more notoriety it gets, Fonzie, there'll be other, it's a battle between the shorts and the longs. This is just HKD. I picked it up. But you see how it runs? But then it gets to a point and they press it down because other shorts see a way of making money on the way down. So, but let's just look at these. TOP, it looks like it went to 260. HKD, I guess, went into the 2000s. It's hard to read, so I'm giving you approximate. HUDI went to 200 something. GDC went to 45. So I would just try to pick your numbers within the targets that you think would make you happy. But I would guess that Finger's going to trade when it runs, at least to 100, 125. And I don't really see how they're going to keep it from going, like you just said, 500 or higher. So today is a new moon, a new beginning. New moon. 748. So whoever said 750 is going to be the wiener. I, of course, went too high. Yeah, there you go, Stony Bones. The stock market's weird. Everybody wants, straw hats in the summer. You have a lot of Oriental rugs. Not legal advice. Don't you think margin calls or maintenance amount increases are going? Absolutely. But Ham didn't seem to pick up on that question. So maybe he figures that the the margin side of the business doesn't follow the news. But yes, I would think 749 looks to be where it closed. 749. Somebody got it. I think, not legal advice, to be up 9%, 64 cents in the aftermarket after being up 26 cents during the day, whatever that is, almost $1, 12%. They were under margin pressure already. This has got to be awful. If Ham's right about the 170 million shares, this is 150 million in the favor of the good guys, and not in favor of the bad guys. Well, the levels of resistance, I think that's an interesting point. I think there's resistance. Actually, you could be right. That could be it. But I think there's resistance at maybe 825 and maybe the 10-ish level. But you could be right, Woody. We might be through the resistance. Yeah, he said they took their stand at 7. You know what I think, not legal advice, I think the phone calls, I think Jeff Easton is just a front for about 4 short sellers. And I think those guys might be as stupid as the Kramers, but I doubt it. So I think that those short sellers are going to probably look at this overnight and say, hey, we don't need this trouble. We've got several other positions we can work on. Let's just walk away from those LLCs. And they have it at arm's length through people like Charlie Mayo. So they'll burn 1 or 2 of their operatives and burn the LLCs and just walk away. They won't put more money in. They won't fight it. Could they try to fight for a little while? Maybe. And there'll be a funny thing that'll happen, not legal, is that as it pops up, let's say it went to 8 or 9 or 10 tomorrow, new shorts will come in without even thinking. They won't even know the story. They'll just say, hey, it's up, sell some. Because I think they work on a law of large numbers and they know that all these stocks are ultimately going to go down. But not this time, boy. Not this time. ARCA's holding back. All right. Thank you, Tim Pearson. Does GTII have any Chinese businesses? They might soon. ARCA just posted 523. Holy shinola. Well, I was there before he was. It's just that you believe him because he's got all these fancy charts. You don't believe me. But no, that's great. I'm not mad. There are rumors that Univest might be connected to GTII. Well, I will tell you this. I'm just trying to think what's safe to say. The same whale investors, big investors that are in Finger, are in GTII. And you know there were meetings in New York and Las Vegas. Everybody knows that. So you can draw your conclusion. No, you can believe Arca. I think he does a good job. Avid does a great job. Ace, I don't know where Ace is the place with the helpful stock broker advice, man. I can't, they're coming so quickly, these questions, that you might just have to repost your questions, because I'm having a hard and Deacon Blues, tell your wife hello, and tell her that I want a name in this world. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. Call me Deacon Blues. They've got a name for the winners in the world. And I want a name when I lose. Oh, no, they don't need the investment. They don't need the investment for the squeeze. Born to lose, I live my life in vain. Born to lose, I need a manager. I don't know what I need, but what was the question? What was the question? Answer the question. Oh, no, they don't need Univest to make it squeeze. They don't need Univest to invest to make it squeeze. But I think both are going to happen. I mean, that question is interesting. But I think both are going to happen. Univest is going to invest, and Univest is going to make it squeeze, or their clients are. My brother pointed out, and I think he's right. I did hear the story about the Secret Service guy. My brother pointed out that these guys probably aren't talking to their wives about this. They're probably not talking to their wives about it. $1.8 million total volume today. Increasing volume, increasing price, bullish. Absolutely. Absolutely. My guess is not. Is this a joke? It's not a joke. The Secret Service agent who stood on the driver's side in the back picked up a bullet out of the limousine that was on the seat and put it. I can't remember if he put it in the pocket or just on the gurney to be with the body. And then when they were moving the bodies, the argument is maybe that bullet ended up on Connolly's thing that rolls in the hospital. The time of my life. You gave me the time of my life. And na 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 na. I can't remember enough of that song. Can't remember. I just think this is going to be the wind beneath your wings. I think RFK Jr. would be great. Wow, Jeffrey Epstein. I don't want to say. No, I'm a little annoyed because I got on this call and I didn't tend to my own account. I should have. But anyway, can't live in the every day is a new day. That's the one thing about the market. You can't change what's never been. I can play songs about you light up my life. You did I hope. No one remembers Rita Coolidge. I don't know. I've read some books on who killed JFK, and I've thought about it a lot. I always thought it was the mob and Castro. But it really gets sketchy when you start realizing the politicians that were involved down in Texas. $500 shares of Finger at 100 at 135 gets my original dollars off the table. Ride to 1,000. I can't make that arithmetic. You paid $50 for your stock? I'm missing something. It's probably my head. I wouldn't, if you're trying to get your money off the table, I think waiting for over 100 is pretty ballsy. But it could happen. I'm not saying don't do it. Look, you're not going to see a setup like this again in your life. And I'm not leaving out GTII. But I would go for $100 profit. I don't know your situation, so I can't give specific advice. But depending on your other portfolio, your other obligations, go for 100. But to wait until 100 to take, I mean, that's one strategy. But if your strategy is to take your original money off, waiting to 100 is, the odds go down. And in terms of $1,000, you said, I think Finger can go to 1,500, 2,500 in a spike. Maybe 997. How about that? 997. I had the time of my life. How old is this guy? I'm pretty old, Carrie P. And if you stick around long enough, you'll get there too. Yeah, there's a thought it was LBJ and even George H.W. Bush. But I don't know. It gets too speculative. Arca says 523.24 is possibility, but also some ridiculously low number is. But no, I don't know. Don't die, Blondie. Don't die, Blondie. I'll sleep very well knowing that my good friend is watching over me. Um, tiny bubbles. Tiny bubbles. Wasn't that the same guy that did If You Want to Be Happy for the Rest of Your Life? From my personal point of view, get an ugly woman to marry you. Money for nothing, and your chicks are never free. Chicks are never free. Get that idea off your head. Unless you're 6'5", 6'4", you look like Brad Pitt, and you got a lot of quid. You might get away with it for free, but not for very long. Not for very long. And the number one thing is don't fall in love. Love is a losing game. One I wished I'd never played. Played out by the band. Love is a losing game. What was the name of the 19-year-old kid who fired the shot from the sewer drain in front of the Lincoln? Are you talking about JFK? Don Ho. Yeah, it was Don Ho. But I thought he also sang the song, If You Want to Be Happy for the Rest of Your Life, Get an Ugly Woman to Marry You. It's all Don Ho, I thought. Five to 10% of the guys are getting 85%. Of course. The women all want the two, it's less than that. It's about 2%, 4% of the population. And they behave quite embarrassingly for those men. But hey, does it sound like tall, blonde, I guess handsome, who knows, billionaire, TV cameras, and when he's young, apparently women let him do things? Does that sound like it fits that category? Tiny bubbles. Older guy and a kid in a truck. Oh, that guy. Mal. Yeah, they were in the back of a car. I can't remember the name. Did you ever dance with the devil by the light of the pale blue moon? I just got a message from my TD account, transferred to Schwab November 3. I was supposed to have been transferred more. That's probably why there is that delay, is your MMTLP. I wouldn't wait. I would call and I would document it. And frankly, I would ask my shares to be delivered to AS, American Stock Transfer. John Muhammad, yeah, Muhammad. Look, it's impossible that guy was a patsy. That's a joke for not legal advice. That is a joke for not legal advice. You light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. Oh, God. Who writes these songs? Is that Barry Manilow? Oh, Mandy, you came and you stayed. Oh, Mandy. What do you get when you cross an onion with a what? Cross an onion with a what? A piece of A55 that brings a tear to your eye. With a donkey. Oh, a piece of. Now I've had the time of my life. No, I've never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's. And I owe it all to you. Next day it'll be another guy. Sam Giancana. What's the safest price from my point of view in finger? I really think that, there can be back and filling. I wish I could find the other chart I had, but I can do it from here. I think there can be back and filling. Even tomorrow morning, it can pull back a little bit. But I don't think so, but it could. 8, now that we're at 750, I don't see much resistance until around 825 or so. And after that, I would say $10. I actually agree with Avid on that. And Avid mentioned $30. I think, that's safe, isn't it? But I really think you're going to see $70, $90 a share. 100, everybody wants 100. But if it breaks through that level, it could just skyrocket. This could be the next VW. And then you're looking at $2,500 a share. But you want it safe? I would say $21, $34, $55, $89, $144. Those numbers. My numbers for GTII are the same. I think both have the exact. Yeah, Rita Coolidge had a great voice, but people always thought it was weird to listen to Rita Coolidge. And she went out with a great songwriter. I love you, lucky boy. Where is nag, nag, nag? Meaning blood? I don't get that one. Yeah, I'm going to go. I just ate. Oh, gosh. The ink is black, the page is white. Together we learn to read and write. Numbers for GTII are pretty much the same. there's no real numbers to go by in finger. So charts don't mean anything once it gets through this level. And then the battle you're going to have, it's going to skyrocket. But you're going to have a battle on Wall Street between the people who want to profit on the way up and others that are willing to short it because they know they can sell stock that doesn't exist, and Gary Gensler doesn't care, and they'll just keep doing it, and they know they can overwhelm any rally in a stock price. But in the middle of that, you've got 170 million, or maybe it's 70 million, or maybe it's 20 million shares to cover. So that's the real ointment in the eye. I'm going to go on until we hit 10. I don't know ocean sailing. I don't know if MMTLP will be resolved before November. It seems to be going the legal route, and so to me that could take forever. However, they have started moving shares, so it might be a sign that there is an agreement behind the scenes. And I mean, that's possible. That's possible. I used to take song lyrics from the 70s and write love letters to girls, and they believed you. I found her diary under a tree, and I started reading all about me. Well, Jeff G., that's exactly right. Led Zeppelin songs. Squeeze me, babe. Squeeze me till the juice. Well, you know how it finishes. All right, so I'm sure that keep it PG. I know, got to be careful with those words. You're exactly right about that. You're exactly right about that. I had the time of my life. I never liked that song, but whatever. Well, that reminds me, Jamie. They're going to become close friends because they date the same woman. I had This is the news you're referring to. Finger motion files for 300 mixed shelf. The thing is, it's there. They also filed just for 25 million, but in both cases, I mean, they did the 300 million, then they did a subset of 25 million. In both cases, they make it clear it's over time. And that the price is higher. Well, they didn't say that, but it's implied. And that's all it says. Finger Motion disclosed in an SEC filing on Monday a prospectus to sell common shares, warrants, subscription receipts, and units to raise up to 300. But I read it all out, and it caused a bit of alarm because I guess people got mixed in. I was talking about another stock just previously, and maybe it got mixed up. But they use, basically, it's a shelf registration for $300 million. They say we can't use this to raise money unless we have a supplemental prospectus. To me, it looks like they added that for 25 million. But even in the 25 million, where they use an example based on $6 a share, which meant a total of 4,166,000 shares, they made it clear in that was just based on the closing price on September 6th. So that it specifically said that they'd raise money at the market price. So if market price is higher, they'll raise it at a higher price. And it seemed to me that the thing you could take away is they're not going to sell it at 6, and they're probably not going to sell 4 million shares either. But they're in line. If this stock ran to 500, they could sell 1 million shares at 300, and, Bob's your uncle. We're at an all-time high. God, that was a terrible song. Oh, they just got Benny and the Jets. What did Sushi A say to Sushi B? What's a B? Wasabi? I know from Octopussy. Well, I wish I had what Sir Dirty Mayo has. He's going to be unavailable. I'm sorry, Lord Mayo is not available for your call. All right, so this isn't very good. What's Jose's brother's name? Jose B? That's not very... Yeah, got it. I got it. Got it. We're all so clever. That's the thing about us as a group. We're very clever. Our sense of humor... You couldn't find our sense of humor. You couldn't find our sense of humor. Monty Python fan? Do you intend to slaughter our clients? You couldn't give a tinker's cuss about the struggling young artists like myself? What do you call it when you're late for class twice? I'm not sure I can say that one on live air. I'm not sure I can say that one on live air. Not sure I can. I'm hungry and craving a big, fat bacon cheeseburger, but too tired to cook. Well, is there a Wendy's nearby? Is there a Shake Shack nearby? That's what I would recommend. All right, so I think we've gone downhill very quickly. Gosh. I think we can let it go at that. In terms of this week, my guess is you should take any stalling. And thank you, Arca. Arca. You were hearing us talk about your price target. I happen to be the only one that thinks it's too low. But hey, I love it. 500 and what? 32? It's perfect. Perfect. But anyway, any kind of stall tomorrow is an opportunity to buy. Any kind of sell-off is an opportunity to buy. If it spikes, even if it's just I don't know the numbers, but if it spikes 10 and 17 are probably numbers that it'll pull back from. You might be able to engineer a little bit of a trade. But if you don't have a better set of numbers in your mind to put out GTC orders, I think 21 34 oh gosh, I think that's 55, 89, and 144 are good numbers. And then you can use the round numbers. But everybody's at the round numbers. Just remember that. I think ARCA does great. And Avid, both. But ARCA's targets, and ARCA's been right as much as sometimes people don't want to see it when you get these pullbacks. But, ARCA's good at all this, reading here and the projections, and he incorporates everything. At some point you get in, you boldly go where no chart has been before. Well, David, you're right. If there were news that the market was that there was somebody going down tomorrow, that'd be really something. That'd be really something. All right. I think it's 8:39. I think I need to go walk my dog. And I don't know, however I got misinterpreted earlier, and I'll take responsibility for it. I think it's because I was reading the filing on a different company. It sounded like I was saying something not true, and I'm not going to repeat it. I'm sorry for all that. My belief is this right there is massive. That is massive. That rings the bell or tolls the bell for the shorts. The bell tolls for the shorts. We'll come back tomorrow. Arca's 3 cents to 500. He didn't say 3 cents. I don't know if Univest or UNICEF are involved with GTII, but I wouldn't put it past it, would you? Univest is like any other big bank. They want well-heeled investors, and there's plenty of them in Finger and GTII. Oh, you did say 3 cents? That's very funny. Well, I'm going to put in orders at 3 cents to buy. All right. Arca, we're not going to 3 cents. But I guess it's smart to have those kind of numbers if the charts tell you, but also in all of these stocks, that kind of number is possible. But no, we're not. I don't think I said, did I say it yesterday or Friday? I think it was Friday. I said, I don't think you're going to see 550 again. And I happened to get that one right. As you know, very frequently I'm wrong. But, I'd be surprised tomorrow. It could go under 7 at the opening, but I'd be really surprised to see it. Really surprised. Imagine what a woman who bathed. Imagine how nice a woman who bathed would be. Yeah, there's not enough liquidity for, Do you think GTI being in OTC might affect the price action? I think what's going to affect GTII is the buying against the large short position. Yeah, Rosie, gray glasses, no more 550, no more 650, and no more 750. Well, you might, something in this 7 area is a pullback area. But as I've said, which I think Arca would disagree with me probably, because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have my most recent chart. I wish I could find it. But anyway, somewhere around 720, something like that, was resistance. And I think 825, these are rough numbers, might be. But I don't see any real resistance. I think the stock has already moved from weak hands to strong hands. And I just don't see these levels posing any meaningful resistance from real people. The thing is, the computers that the shorts have turned on, the algorithms, might use these numbers to offset trading. That's possible. But I just really don't see much resistance to the upside. Seems like the finger space call on Twitter is a few shorts the way they are talking. What are they saying, Steve? Yeah, I'm still on. GTII will be shorter to maybe. Oh, there's ARCA. 789 tomorrow, 981. Okay, 789 and 981. 789 and 981. The 981 I can understand. I really don't. Resistance is futile. Kneel before Zod. I really don't understand the 789. I wonder what that is. Oh, I see it. I see it. Yes. Yes, I see the 789 ploy. I like a good 789 ploy. The focus is 888. I can see 888. I can see 888. Anyway, all these numbers are, what is the projection for the end of the month for Finger? We're at September, 11th? I think it's just a prediction, not a promise. I think Finger's going to squeeze before the end of the month. I think Finger could go to extraordinary highs. As I said on I think it was a GTII video, but I would say it here too. Once it breaks out of some number, I don't know what that number is, 21 maybe, it could be $500 in 50 minutes. But it could keep going. On the other hand, that's just all, hyperbole. There's going to be pools of money that want to make money on the downside. But by the end of September, I think Finger will trade above $25 and maybe above $35. This is a tough room, but I don't have to tell you that. Never mind the moose. Well, Ali, I think, Arca's right. Human psychology is human. What I'm talking about really has little to do with psychology, but there's some assumptions in there that you can't, I can be wrong. But if truly the naked short, the fail to deliver, the fail to locate, the fail to settle securities are 170 million in several prime brokers, and in fact, in your account, in my account, any broker dealer is going to be concerned as well about unsettled trades. If there are buy-ins don't follow human. Well, it's a little bit of human psychology. It becomes close that trade, close the error, just get it off our books, finish it. And so you could just see this buying that just doesn't stop as they just close out the trades. To you and I, we might say, well, why don't they trade it? That's not how that's not how errors are handled on Wall Street. You cover it. You cover it. You cover it. And that's why I think the spike could be high. irrespective of human psychology. Alia, you're a psychiatrist, but I don't know. You're a psychiatrist, but you don't know how to predict that. Well, yeah, no one can. The thing is, we're all guessing. I think the order imbalances are so massive, and there's three dynamics going on. This, if in fact the prime broker starts buying in, the sellers stop selling, at least the ones using that prime broker. The buy-ins have to be located shares, and the training on Wall Street is your first loss is your cheapest, and your last loss is your deepest. I made that up. Do I think Saggy Salamander, do I think Finger could penetrate $10 tomorrow? Yes. But I'm not sure it will. I think they may fight it. They may fight it tomorrow, the next day. There's going to be a lot of thinking going on. Can we beat this? Can we keep the pressure on? It says 300 million, but then they filed for 25 million. There's going to be a lot of thinking going on. They might fight it a day, but I just don't see it lasting more than any fight. I don't see it lasting more than 48 hours. I just don't see it. The first cut is the deepest. Baby, I know. The stock is getting a lot of attention. Yeah, exactly. Avid and I are performing our talents for the benefit of retail. You won't fail, Arca. You won't fail. I think that the flip side of what I just said about the error account, when they're done when they've finished buying, well, there's your buyer's gone, and then it's. Wasted and wounded. It's not what the moon did. So does the Black Swan event affect Finger? The Black Swan event. I think it is happening. I don't think I don't know what you mean. Finger, the company, or the shorts. I don't think the shorts expected this. Nobody expects a Spanish Inquisition. Our chief weapon is fear and surprise. Our two main weapons are fear, surprise, and an almost fanatical devotion to the Pope. Our three main weapons are. All right. I'm losing it. Finger closed at 750. To me, Arca, on my little Mickey Mouse charts, that is through resistance. But who knows? It is what we've been waiting for. It is what we've been waiting for. That finger space call sounds like some short sellers in trouble. Yeah, lucky. No, it's not too late. I wouldn't spend the money on October 10s. Well, let me saggy. I can't give you advice, but if you look at the premium difference between the September 10s and the October 10s, buy the September 10s, save some cash for Friday. I wouldn't save it for Monday, save it for Friday. If for some reason it hasn't worked out, the premium on the October 10s will be a lot less on Friday, this Friday. But if you can wait till the Monday, but then the risk is the stock runs, the premiums will be a lot lower on Monday. It's weird. That's psychology I can figure out. Lucky needs a big hug. He doesn't let me hug him unless he comes up to me, but very rarely. He's an independent puppy dog. All right, I'm going to go walk him. So this is a great day. This is what winning feels like. This is what winning is feeling like. And this, I think, Finger, I'm not trying to not talk about other stocks, but I think Finger is a setup like nothing you've seen before. See, ARCA, exactly. I don't know what number NFA, September 15 expiration. Yep. So ARCA, someday we can do a call together, or you and Avid can, and I'll raise my hand in the background. Finally, we win. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think we're going to win. I really do. But this is fraud, and it's fraud on a massive scale. But I think it's going to be extremely hard for anyone to fight Univest. I don't see how they can do it. So, anyway. And I'm sorry for the confusion earlier. It was never my intent to be negative in any way, or even imply any negative on the S3. But somehow it came across that way, and I got to be more aware of how I come across. Yeah, let's go. All right, I'm going to go walk my boy, best boy in the world. Jeffrey Epstein news? Wow. Maybe that Vin man, that might be the thing. That might be the thing that brings down the markets. I don't know. ARCA, thank you very much. And I think, ARCA, this might be one that puts your name on the map, put Avid on, put a bunch of people on the map. I hope each and every one of you, you've got to balance being sensible, taking your investment and a little bit of a return off the table, with maybe this is one to press it a little bit, go for it a little bit, because maybe this is the trade that pays off a credit card, a mortgage, college education. I don't know, whatever it is. ARCA had a video, yep. Avid has several videos, and that's it. You don't have to get a tattoo. 942 this week. That's possible. That's possible. Exactly, ARCA. I want, and that's a good way to finish this call, I want each and every one of you to be independent. I see a lot of potentially a lot of difficulty ahead, and it would, before I knock off this planet, I would feel great if I had helped a lot of people become, if not financially independent, somewhat financially secure. Inglorious. Where's the Finger space call? I don't know. I guess you go on there and see if something pops up. I don't see it. I don't see the finger space call, but I don't know. Nanzatic, thank you very much. I don't know. Apparently, I scared a bunch of people earlier. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I didn't mean to. I thought it was important to read through it and hit the highlights, but I didn't even get a chance to finish that. But I'm telling you guys, Univest isn't getting a date with. I can't even relate to any of the current. It's not. Anyway, Univest is the biggest thing that's ever happened to you in a trade. This is the biggest thing that's ever happened to you in a trade. Yeah, we need Ace. Ace will probably come on, I bet. A date with Joe Biden. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to go take him out. And so anyway, let's end it right at 9 o'clock. I bet, yeah, Univest had me at top. That's very funny, very funny. I bet Ace will come on if you guys need the place where the helpful investment man. But anyway, let's get at it tomorrow morning. Have a little courage. Go for it a little bit, but also sensibly take your original money off the table. Sensibly. All right, 9:01. I'm going to hang up. Thank you to everybody. Peace, love, and happiness. And let's not count our chickens before they hatch. On the other hand, let's let any brackets up. Up. Really, brackets, just sit down. What do you want to make out of the trade? And then be sensible about taking your original money off and a bit of a profit. And then have your orders out there. Have an idea of what am I trying to do? I'm trying to pay off my mother-in-law's lobotomy. Put the number down. Divide it by how many shares you have. And start working with it. Put it on paper. Put out the GTC orders. You can always change it. And then don't worry if you miss a huge move. This is not about getting an A+. This is not about even getting a B. This is about trying to get somewhere between 60 and 80% of the move if you're lucky. But if you get 30 to 60% of the move, that's awesome. It's awesome. And you don't have to make everything here. But anyway. All right. I gotta run. I got to go. Can I help you, son? I got to go. All right. So we'll say ciao. And we'll reconvene in the AM. Thank you.